Good morning from Beijing and welcome to our special coverage of China's annual political season. I'm Li Dongning in Beijing.
And I'm Pan Deng. In about an hour, the third session of the 14th National People's Congress will begin at Great Hall of the People in Beijing. Chinese Premier Li Qiang will deliver the government work report.
Right, and during the week-long session, NPC deputies will review a series of reports on major political, economic and social issues and set the blueprint for China's development.
CGTN will follow the NPC meetings and live stream the latest events on our social media channels as well.
Exactly, and the Deputies Corridor will soon start at the Great Hall of the People, where NPC deputies will meet the media. And for the latest on that, let's go live to our reporter Huang Yue on the scene. Good morning, Huang Yue. So what can we expect from the Deputies Corridor today?
Good morning, Dongning and Pan Deng. Yes, in less than 15 minutes, the first Deputies Corridor of this year's NPC session is going to take place here inside the Great Hall of the People. And now you can see behind me, Chinese and international reporters are already in their positions, ready to raise questions to the first batch of NPC deputies who are going to meet the public today. Although the NPC didn't announce who or how many deputies exactly are going to attend today's events, based on the experience of previous years, usually there will be 6 deputies attending, and I can see 2 mic stands behind me, so possibly 2 deputies each time to answer questions. You know, the Deputies Corridor serves as a direct communication channel between Chinese lawmakers and the public. Unlike government ministers who are more focused on policy making and implementation, deputies are coming from a wide range of backgrounds. They are workers, farmers, entrepreneurs, scientists, or grassroots officials, bringing the first-hand perspectives on how policies can impact daily life. So this year, we expect a strong focus on Chinese economic development, of course, especially the private economy, which has been really a hot topic recently. And also AI technology, rural revitalization, as well as discussions relating to education, healthcare, social welfare. And given that China is pushing forward its high-quality development, so very possibly we might also hear topics relating to green energy, digital transformation, or industrial upgrades. Besides, there's one more thing I want to explain to our viewers. You know, in recent years, we might be quite familiar with Deputies Corridor interviews, such kind of interviews. But you know, the first Deputies Corridor opened in the 2018 2 sessions, and before that, reporters would make every effort to grab the deputies for their soundbites or something whenever they arrive at the hall. Of course, we can still do that, and we actually will do. But you know, such kind of Deputies Corridor events have shown that the country's top legislature and its deputies are willing to open to the public in a more transparent and confident manner. So we will be listening very closely for any policy signals or commitments that may shape the country's path forward. Now back to you.
Brilliant observation there, Huang Yue. Thank you very much, reporting from the Great Hall of the People in Beijing.
Now let's cross live to our reporter Zhao Yunfei, also standing by at Great Hall of the People. Hello, Yunfei, you've been following this very closely. We know the opening session of the third session of the 14th National People's Congress is about to start. Bring us up to date on the agenda.
Well, Pan Deng and Dongning, sure, there's a lot of things on the agenda. Some of the agenda are traditional agenda. Some of them are really uniquely only have this year. And we're here inside the Great Hall of People within a second floor. And within an hour, more than an hour or so, roughly at 1 GMT, nearly 33,000 delegates from around the country will actually enter over here. And this is exactly the hall where they will sit there and listen to the government work report, which is one of the most highly anticipated report of this year's 2 session, and it will take place on the opening session of the third session of the National People's Congress. So certainly one of the key figures for the government work report is that people are highly anticipating what are the new targets for China's growth for the next year, for the year of 2025. We know that last year was around 5% and China reached its goal, and the year before last was still 5%. And speaking of the achievement China has reached in the year of 2024, 18.77 trillion US dollars in GDP, and that's a record high. And then China has successfully reached out to its goal that is set up at the 2 sessions last year's work report. So what's the figure for this year? We don't know about that, but what we do know at this moment is that the key in this report should be deepening reform. China is taking another effort in deepening reform. But how to make it happen? We know that this is the National People's Congress, is China's top legislative body, and the deputies are lawmakers, so certainly we were going to achieve that from a legislative perspective. Speaking of last year, because this is the 3rd session of the 14th NPC, since the second session of the 14th NPC, the NPC has delivered 39 bills and adopted 24 of them, and which means that 6 new laws are being enabled. One of them that I want to highlight is that a tariff law that's being put into practice last December. It is a legislative effort that China has made to support the high standard opening up. Now, China has been an active promoter when it comes to multilateralism. On Tuesday, when responding to a reporter's question regarding U.S. imposing additional tariffs on Chinese goods, NPC spokesperson Lou Qinjian said that the trade between each country should comply with the WTO rule, and then the healthy, stable, and sustainable relationship, the China-U.S. relationship, fulfills the interests of both countries and fulfill the interests of the international community. So certainly, as I discussed, the international issues are also being addressed in the work report. How to do that from a legislative perspective. Last but not least, one of the highlights for this year's 2 session on their agenda is a draft amendment to the deputies law is being submitted to this year's NPC session, and this is a law that's relevant to the deputies themselves. They're going to review the draft, and certainly this is another effort, a legislative effort that China has made towards the whole process, people's democracy. Back to you, Dongning and Pandong.
Thank you very much, our reporter Zhao Yunfei at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing. Now, for more insight into China's political season, we're joined in the studio by Mr. David Blair and Professor Wang Xingsong. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. So, many observers saying that economy is going to be one of the key topics of discussion for this year's 2 sessions here in Beijing. So, specifically, which aspects are you looking into this year, Mr. Blair?
I enjoyed hearing the statement that China is going to be pushing deepening reform, because what's unique about China's historical economic path is that it's been able to continue growth for such a long period. There have been a lot of countries that grew quickly for a short period, even for a decade, but there really aren't any counterparts to growing for 40 to 50 years. And what made that happen was a continuing series of reforms at the appropriate time. So I think China's in a transition now. It's in a transition from a sort of high investment and export-oriented economy to a more domestic-oriented economy, and toward a more high-quality and also high-quality products, and also growth spread throughout the country, including into rural areas. And I think the reforms are essential to making that happen, to continue this growth for another 5 or 10 years. So I think the deepening reform is the key point.
What's your take on this, Professor?
Well, I think overall Chinese economy, like David just said, is going through a transitioning process from the investment-led kind of economy to a consumption-led economy. So over at the upcoming 2 sessions, including the NPC session, I think we're all expecting that the deputies are going to have conversations with the national leaders or politicians from different departments and ministries in terms of how the Chinese economy can more smoothly going through this transitional period, in terms of, for example, injecting more fiscal resources in order to boost confidence, and also investments and consumption. At the same time, how we can work further to escalate Chinese investments in R&D so that our technological advancement can make even more progresses. At the same time, in terms of social welfare, I think we're all looking forward to the government and deputies to work out more plans in order to offer more social welfare programs, because we're talking about a huge resource that's still untapped in terms of boosting consumption. If we can offer more social welfare programs, then we can expect that the Chinese people are going to feel more confident and more comfortable in spending, which is going to help with our Chinese economy.
Indeed. Well, the annual two sessions are all about reviewing the past year and making plans for the coming year. And this year is a bit special because this is the last year of the 14th five-year plan of China. So help us understand, David, the significance, the special significance on that regard in this year's two sessions.
Well, I think this five-year plan has been all about making that transition happen. And I imagine the next 5-year plan, the 15th five-year plan, will be about consolidating the gains that we've seen. I mean, essentially, we've seen China's made huge investments in vastly improving its transportation and communications infrastructure. Now, even if you go into remote villages, you have good roads and good telecoms, which makes it possible for private entrepreneurs, small entrepreneurs, to build businesses and improve their lives in those places. I think the other thing that's unique about China's path is the emphasis on wages. If you look at real wages in China, since they've been market determined since the reforms of the late 1990s, real wages have grown at an incredible rate. Some years 10, 11%, faster than the growth rate of GDP. That means that average people are getting better and better lives. It's not just through social welfare programs, it's through their earnings. And even in the difficult years of the pandemic and other things in the recent years, real wages have grown about 4% a year. In contrast, in the United States, real wages now are lower than they were in 1979. So essentially, one of the reasons we have such social problems in the United States is because of the zero growth of wages for the past 50 years. And so I think in the next 5-year plan, the emphasis will be on consolidating the returns from the investments that have been made in the past, and also being sure that average people get the benefit of those returns. Those are the two key things going forward.
And this year is a bit special in terms of 14th five-year plan, is perhaps the emerging or the more prosperous Chinese AI development. Do you think that will have a position in the next 5-year plan, Mr. Wang?
Absolutely. I think and it's been amazing that the Chinese entrepreneurs and enterprises have been making such a progress in the AI development. And 10 years ago, China initiated the Made in China 2025 project, and that includes technological advancement plans for over 10 technological fields. And in 10 years of time, we are seeing many of the outputs coming up, including the AI development. And this is very important because AI is going to be a very key part of the economy, not only in China, but across the world. So China's technological advancement is not just for the Chinese themselves, but also can be shared with the rest of the world. In fact, China is working really hard with the global governance in terms of AI so that we can all share the technological advancement and outputs across the world. That's why I think over the next 5-year plan, which is going to be discussed next year, there certainly will be a very big focus on keeping the good work on AI development as well as other fields in terms of quantum computing, et cetera, et cetera.
Indeed, and we'll be talking about economic issues a lot later in our coverage and talking about the upcoming event, that is the Deputies Corridor, a formality adopted, as our reporter just mentioned, since 2018. A very good chance for people's representatives, MPC deputies, to meet the people, meet the media, and be open about their own work. And now we're watching live footage from the Great Hall of the People, where Deputies Corridor is about to start.
The first Deputies Corridor of the third session of the 14th MPC now starts. This morning, the press center of the session invites 6 representatives from different sectors to the Deputies Corridor to take your questions. Shall we bring the first batch of deputies? They are founder and CEO of Xiaomi, Mr. Lei Jun. Good morning. Chairman and CEO of Haier Group, Mr. Zhou Yunjie. Now the floor is open. First question, please. Thank you. I'm with CMG. My question is directly to Lei Jun. As an entrepreneur from the private sector in manufacture, how do you lead manufacturing through innovation? Thank you for your question. This is the 15th year of Xiaomi's business. Over the past 15 years, I have felt very strongly, no matter it is the transformation of traditional industry or boosting the emerging industry, we have to embrace science-tech innovation. 5 years ago, we were determined to step up with innovation to further invest in core technology, and we planned at the time to invest in over 100 billion within 5 years, and now it has been 5 years and we have surpassed that target. This has led to significant changes in Xiaomi. First, with regard to the cell phone business, for 18 consecutive quarters, Xiaomi has been ranking top 3 on the global markets, and last year we sold 170 million sets of cell phones, accounting for 14% of the whole world. That is to say, out of every 7 phones, 1 comes from Xiaomi. At the same time, we are rushing to the premium market. The Xiaomi 15 Ultra is performing very well with a sales record that is far exceeding expectation. At the same time, the IoT business of Xiaomi is connected to over 900 million devices. All this shows that the global consumers, they recognize the value of China's science-tech innovation. 4 years ago, we got on the track of automaking, and we decided to get into the fundamental business and then truly devote ourselves in manufacturing a good car. And last March, we officially rolled out Xiaomi SU7. When it was introduced, it immediately got recognized by the consumers. As a newcomer in the auto market, within 9 months last year, we shipped 135,000 vehicles, and this is a small miracle in the auto industry. Meanwhile, we are bold enough to compete with the best competitors at the racetrack in Germany. SU7 Ultra broke the record of with the speed of with the time of 64 seconds, and none of this is possible without science-tech innovation. And we are using a super electric engine, which is SU8 engine, and this is the world's best engine in terms of rotor speed, and this is independently developed by Xiaomi. independently produced in Xiaomi's Beijing factory. I want to express my gratitude to the environment of Beijing. It is on this great soil that we erected as a big business. And in February, I attended the symposium held by General Secretary Xi Jinping with entrepreneurs from the private sector. I listened to his speech and I got so inspired with the private economy. Manufacturing is the foundation of China's economy. As a builder and beneficiary of the manufacturing industry, Xiaomi will remain committed to the path of science-tech innovation and high-end development, and we will foster high-quality productive forces and apply the latest AI technology in our terminals so that we can benefit the vast amount of consumers with technology and contribute our strengths to China's modernization. Thank you.
请大家继续提问。请这边举手的人民日报记者提问。对，谢谢。
谢谢主持人。
Thank you.
人民日报记者提问。
From People's
代
Daily.
表您好。
Deputy Zhou Yingqi, more Chinese brands are well known in the world market. As the earliest Chinese company going global, what is the experience of Haier Group? And what's your takeaways? Thank you for the question. Haier Group grew up in Shandong. Now it grows into an international company. And after graduation in 1988, I joined Haier Group to contribute to the building of an international market for Haier Group. And I think there are three keywords for it: win-win results, innovation, and persistence. First, persistence. We must persist in creating the Chinese brand. Internationalization of Haier Group doesn't rely on the OEMs. Instead, we are devoted to creating our own brand. We go to the developed markets first and then developing markets. It's not an easy way. Since 1991, the mass export started, and in 2016, we had a profit earned in the overseas market, and that takes us 25 years. Because of our commitment to our original mission, Haier Group developed itself from just creating the Chinese products into an international brand. Now the market share ranks number 2 with over 50% of market share. Second, as to innovation, scientific innovation decides whether a brand can have its position in the world. So we must go all out to have technological innovation in order to stay at the top. Under such circumstances, Haier Group aligns ourselves with international standards to make more technological breakthroughs. I remember in 2014, Haier Group proposed the international standards of the refrigerators. Many representatives from other countries were opposed to it because they believed that China could not make such international standards starting from scratch. But why not? Haier Group has been committed to independent innovation. So we raised many innovative technologies about the fridge. So in 2018, we successfully published such international standards, which were now accepted by 20 countries, including UK and EU countries. We also established 10 R&D centers in the world with over 200 original innovative products. We have been respected by the international players. Also now we have successfully made 100 international standards, leading the way of home appliance innovation. China is also a leader. One in top of home appliance patents were from China. Third, win-win results. We must keep pace with the times and stay localized in order to have win-win results. In the waves of informatization and intelligence, Haier also transitions itself to be a green company and to be based on the local culture. In Paris, the Casati event of IoT could promote the cooperation with local cafeterias and restaurants. We also have the storage capacity to solve the issue of blackout of power. And we set up a new business model of home appliances. It proves that such ecosystem joint efforts could expand the market share of Haier Group to be 53%, and Haier products were more popular now. And during President Xi Jinping's inspection in Shandong province, he mentioned that in terms of scientific innovation and industrial innovation, Shandong has developed new quality productive forces and improved the modernized industrial system. And there is still a long way to go. Haier is the same. We hope to be the leader of the digital economy and intelligent development. We invite the users to be involved in the whole process experience. We also propose the ideas of steady growth and healthy growth. For 6 years, we have been ranking among the top of our kind in China. And as to the functional system structure, we have filled in the loophole in the international market. We hope to create ourselves with the international level internet platform to empower more companies to go global. In the future, Haier will focus on our strengths, especially in the intelligent home appliance, big health, and so on, in order to contribute to the brand building of China. I have to say that AI is the call of the era. There will be more Chinese companies creating more international Chinese brands. Thank you.
Thank you to both deputies. Now let's bring the second group of deputies. They are Vice President of Nanjing First Hospital from Jiangsu Province, Mr. Zhang Junjie, and Director of Elderly Care Center from Marakang City of Sichuan Province, Ge Wangmu. Now the floor is open. First question, please. Thank you. I'm with Xinhua News Agency, and my question is to Zhang Junjie. To see a doctor is a great concern among the public, and as a practitioner in the cardiovascular field, and do you have any observations to share with us? Thank you for your question. Good morning. My name is Zhang Junjie. I'm a cardiovascular doctor from Nanjing First Hospital. I'm very much occupied on a daily basis, and I have some observations. I'm quite emotional when I do my work, so I can share with you my feelings. Sometimes I have to operate a surgery on people's heart, and in 2018 we received a patient at the age of 87. At the time, 3 veins, out of the 3 veins connected to the heart, 2 were jammed, and the only one left was 97% jammed. With my team, we performed a minimally invasive surgery, which took us 5 hours, and we successfully discharged Mr. Liu from the hospital after 6 days. But he came back after 6 years because he had some side effects, and he was having a heart failure at the time he was 88 years old, and he could not afford another major operation, and even worse, the technology was not independently controlled here in China. And then I let my team successfully introduce the mitral regurgitation technology. And this has been successfully applied in the clinic. And this year, Mr. Liu is 92 years old, and over the years, we have performed over 300 such operations. And the case of Mr. Liu is just a microcosm of our work. And this is what we do to put people's life in the first place and to cure patients. I'm also very much inspired by the dedication of my fellow co-workers. We are working in the hospitals, and each and every day we can see a great number of patients knocking the doors of different clinic offices with their imagery documents. They want to seek confidence from the doctors, and they also want to spend less money for better efficacy. And they travel a long way to our hospital with these imagery documents, and it's truly very difficult. The information that they provide is actually very limited. And because of this, I was determined to solve this problem, and a few years ago I submitted a proposal, which is to upload all the medical imagery information onto the cloud. And in May that year, Jiangsu was the first province in China to upload all the medical imagery information onto the cloud. Following that, with the click of the mouse, we as doctors can retrieve the information of our patients regarding medical imagery, so they no longer need to carry their bag of medical imageries and visit different clinical offices. And this has saved over 2 billion yuan worth of repeated medical checks. And in July that year, a document supporting mutual recognition of medical imagery and medical checks was introduced. I believe in the near future there will be such mutual recognition across the whole country. And when that day comes, if you are a patient seeing a doctor in a different jurisdiction, you can save a lot of money. So I'm very proud of these progresses as a cardiovascular surgeon. It is my great pleasure to combine my expertise with the needs of the country, and this is what inspires me to constantly make breakthroughs and to seek excellence. Meanwhile, we're putting people's concerns in the first place, and we can compile them into proposals and then submit the proposal to the government so that we can make even greater contribution to safeguarding people's health.
Thank you. From China Daily, Deputy Corridor. Showing respect to the elderly is the Chinese tradition. As a director of Elderly Care Center, why did you choose this career, and what's your take about your career? Hello everyone, I am from the Sichuan delegation. My name is Ge Wang Mu. Now I am the director of the Elderly Care Center of Marakang City. I've been in the business for 16 years. When I was 6, due to the mudslide, I lost my parents, and I was raised by my aunt with the support of the Chinese government and the CPC Central Committee. Because of that experience, I decided to return to the society. At 18 years old, the Marakang City Elderly Care Center was established, and I submitted my applications to become a care worker. People once were suspicious about me, an 18-year-old girl. How could I be patient enough to take care of the elderly? Some others said that it's really a tough job to take care of the elderly. I said, these elderly people had no children. I would love to take care of them, just like when I was young, raised by the others, and I have confidence to be able to do that. I had difficulties, of course. For example, taking baths for the elderly people. They were not willing for me to do that for them. I thought about some other ideas. I used some skirt to put it on them, and after several times of trials, the elderly people felt my confidence, and I got more familiar with that procedure. I had a really good time. Every day I checked their rooms and do their beddings and do the cleanups. So time after time, it's been 16 years right now. Now I could change the light bulbs. I could do some DIY works. In 2019, the Elderly Care Center was reformed. I was appointed as the director. I thought about how to deliver higher quality services so that the elderly people could have a good time in the late years. And I collected some videos online to learn about the sujing embroidery. So I kept the learnings, and after some time, I learned more about how to better take care of the elderly people, for example, patting their backs and feeding them. And I also got many certifications. I took more of our colleagues to learn together. We also set up some classes like DIY handiworks, paintings, the operas, birthday parties, or even late weddings. When the elderly people wore the wedding dresses and take their marriage certificates, they beamed with a smile on their faces. With the government support, the center was relocated to new houses, infrastructure and facilities were improved, and together with the Aba Hospital, they had some joint clinic services. So health was ensured for the elderly. Another good thing this year is that there were some graduates with better educational background joining us, so we are more professional. This is the third year for performing my duty in this post according to the law, and I have once proposed for the development of the center, for example, calling for the social attention of the elderly care and have more forces to be invited to better improve the elderly care system. Such proposals were responded by relevant departments. As an NPC deputy, on my post, I will continue to dedicate myself with my sense of responsibility to bring more happiness and peace to the elderly. Thank you.
谢谢。现在请第三组代表。
Now let's bring the third group of deputies.
两位代表分别是
They
浙
are
江省长兴县梅山镇
Secretary of
新
Party
川村党委
Committee
书记
of
张天任代表。
Xinchuan Village from Changxing County of Zhejiang Province, Mr. Zhang Tianren.
陆军某合成旅营长张东旭代表。
And Battalion Commander in a Combined Arms Brigade,
大家好。
Mr. Zhang
谢
Dongxu
谢。现在请
from
大
the
家
Chinese
提问，
People's Liberation Army. Now the floor is open.
请中心设计的提问，举手的这位女士，谢谢。
谢谢主持人，中心设计者
Thank
提
you.
问。
I'm with China
我的
News
问题呢，想
Agency.
提给张天
My
任代表。
question is to
您作为一位
Zhang
来自
Tianren.
浙江农村基层的村
As
党委书记， 在落实
Secretary of Party Committee from a grassroots community in Zhejiang Province, do you have some notable memories in facilitating rural revitalization? Thank you for your question. My name is Zhang Tianren from the Zhejiang delegation. I come from Huzhou of Zhejiang, which is the birthplace of the concept of large mountains and lucid waters are invaluable assets. And 27 years ago, I became the Secretary of Party Committee of Xinchuan Village. Over the past 27 years, I have felt strongly the ecological improvements of our village. And lucid waters and Lost Mountains are truly invaluable assets. And let me share with you 3 stories. The first is the 10 million strong project has delivered Lost Mountains and lucid waters. In the 1970s and 1980s, there were a lot of town-based factories. People got rich, but we no longer had Lost Mountains, and the water in the river is muddy. When you come back from a day's work, your shirt become dirty with the coal ashes. People were counting cash on a pile of trash. And that is why many people emigrated to other places. And in 2003, under the auspices of Secretary Xi Jinping, Zhejiang initiated this 10 million strong program covering villages at the grassroots level. And I remember very vividly that Xi Jinping paid a visit to Tianeng Group, which is a local enterprise in our place, and he encouraged us to seek transformation with green development. And then the village committee determined to play the card of ecological preservation and achieve prosperity through ecological preservation. And then we got engaged in solving environmental problems. And we first started with garbage sorting. We improved the quality of water and soil, and we also rolled out clean roads in the village. And right now, Xinchuan village has taken a new shape and look. Lost Mountains and lucid waters have come back, and the residents are living in houses and villas, and they have their own vehicles, and the per capita income has reached 150,000 per year. And then we believe the green development concept has also led to prosperity. We need to pay attention to the outlook of the village, but also the inner prosperity of our residents. We have to increase the income of the residents. The leadership of the village not just hit the brake of pollution. We phased out some factories with high energy consumption. On the other hand, we are hitting the accelerator of green development, and we encourage village-based enterprises to get involved in the industry of new energy. And we also encourage residents to develop leisure tourism, cultural tourism. We have rolled out agri-tenant houses, and there were numerous such representatives in our village. And we also set up 3 village-strong companies with an annual income of more than 100 million yuan. On this basis, we have significantly increased the revenue, the collective revenue of our village, and they, in turn, injected a momentum to ecological preservation and to the prosperity of the village. And the third story I have to share with you is common prosperity. What is the reason behind such drastic changes over years? I believe we have to express our thanks to the strong leadership of the party with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. And we have set up the pilot zone of common prosperity, and this is a grand mission entrusted upon Zhejiang province. And if you are rich as an individual, it's not prosperity. It's only when everybody is rich can we call this common prosperity. In Xiaogang village of Anhui and in villages in Zhejiang, there is this pairing assistance program to jointly advance rural revitalization. At the same time, more than 80 enterprises in our village have brought on board, have empowered the revenue increase and income increase of 1,780 residents from 32 ethnic groups in China. In the future, we will further extend this parent assistance program, and we will cling together with all the ethnicities, just like pomegranate seed. And we will share with the rest of the country our experience of prosperity so that we can truly share prosperity together. Thank you.
请大家继续提问。请解放军报社记者提问。
Thank you. From the PLA Press, my question goes to Deputy Zhang Dongshi. You come from the first line Army representative. Could you please share with us how do you feel about their preparation and what's the change about the Army? Thank you for the question. I am from the battalion commander in a combined arms brigade. We were a team of heroes. In the revolutionary years, we participated in 260 more battles. 28 heroes arose from this brigade. Whenever the new soldiers joined us and the cages took their positions, we have to go to our room of honors to review our history. When I became the battalion commander, I visited that room, witnessing the flags left behind by the ancestors. And the awards and honors were obvious on the walls. I decided to carry forward that fine tradition and exercise on a daily basis so as to develop the brigade into a stronger one. Over the years, we had a transformation to become such a combined arms brigade. We have been deepening this reform with new trials. Every year we would have the cross-regional exercises from the grassland in northern Xinjiang to the forests to the Gobi Desert. We have left our footprints in every corner of China. In that way, we practiced ourselves, and the soldiers have always been doing the training despite the weather conditions in summertime and in the freezing cold seasons. With arduous tasks, the soldiers have always been very passionate about the training because we believe that their perspiration is going to be repaid because they could improve their fighting capacity. On my second year to be the commander, I joined one of such a drill for the low-altitude defense. The aircraft took us to fly over the grassland, the mountains, and forests, and we had a better bird view from up in the air, and we changed our fighting strategies. At that moment, I felt with first-hand experience that the combined arms brigade development has some new addition, and we could cover a wider area in our fight. It felt brand new to me. Over the years, we keep pace with the iteration of the advanced technologies and equipment. We hope to better develop our fighting capacity with innovation and vitality. In that way, we hope to improve the effectiveness of combined combat. We also have the joint training across different army brigades. Also together with the Navy and the aircrafts, we fought together in the training. We learned from each other. And we share similar idea that such combined combats must have better capacity and more options. And we are more confident about defending our homeland. Stepping on the soil of our homeland, we decide to defend our land. Every soldier shoulders certain responsibility. Together with my brigade, we will always try to strengthen our army and always train ourselves in order to have better winning opportunities. In that way, we hope to create a new chapter of another 100 years of history of a strong army. Thank you. Dear media friends, after the opening ceremony of the NPC, we will have the first Ministers Corridor, inviting the Minister of Education, Transport, Market Supervision Administration, Financial Regulation Administration to be present. Please stay tuned. And now this is the end of the first Deputies Corridor. Thank you.
All right, that was the Deputies Corridor of the National People's Congress during this year's two sessions. And we've seen 6 deputies, as usual, as the last year, covering 6 different areas, from high tech to manufacturing to healthcare to elderly care and to military and to also to rural revitalizations, grassroots officials from Zhejiang province as well. Actually, they kind of represent different layers, different classes and different sectors of Chinese social development. And now I really want to know from both of you gentlemen, who impressed you the most? David first.
Just a quick point. I'm impressed by the fact that these people are currently involved in daily life around the country. So they're able to represent average people in their daily life, and they haven't forgotten it. As an American, that strikes me because in Washington we have professional politicians pretty much. They may have come from regular people, but after they've been in Washington a few years, they spend all their time trying to raise money from lobbyists, and they become professional politicians. I was really struck by the party secretary from Huzhou Village.
Why?
I have been there, and it's a very beautiful place. And it's he said 2 things which I think are critical. One is that going forward, it's not really, of course, GDP matters, money matters, but improving the quality of life, and especially environmental factors, that's very important. Another big factor is he talked about common prosperity. If you have rising GDP, but it only goes to a small portion of the population, you know, the rich get richer. We've seen this in many countries, especially including my own. That's not good for society. So I think giving people good jobs is important. I'm hoping that the new technology that we see going forward will allow people to have good jobs, but non-polluting jobs. That the old factories are no longer so polluting as they had to be before.
What about you, Mr. Wang?
Well, I'm very much impressed by the tech people, the entrepreneurs who represent both the Xiaomi as a electronic maker and Haier as a home appliance maker. I think in terms of Xiaomi, I think Lei Jun made a very good point in terms of how China has been able to climb up the tech ladder in terms of coming from a low-end electronic maker to now the 3rd largest smartphone maker in the world. At the same time, Xiaomi really strikes the people's surprise in that in just 3 years of time, it was able to roll out a very popular EV, which is unthinkable. And if you compare that with Apple, which has all the resources, talents, money, and know-hows, and always wanted to make an EV, but never able to do it. But Xiaomi was able to do it, and I think that taps into a very useful ecosystem in China where car parts are cheaply made and the logistic arrangement can be made available very easily, and you have all the talents over there in China. In terms of Haier, I think one thing that strikes me is that the win-win strategy of Haier, which is to localize the manufacturing and production in overseas markets instead of just shifting Chinese products made in China to overseas markets. Because by investing locally, you're actually sharing the outputs, sharing the know-hows with the local people, which helps with the local economy.
Mr. Blair, I get a sense that you care about the improvement of people's livelihoods very much. Now, we also met these 2 NPC deputies working in the larger health care sector, one cardiologist and one's the chief of a nursery home in Sichuan province. What are your thoughts on their remarks?
I think I care a lot about the change in people's life because of what I've seen in the U.S. and in the rest of the West in the last 40 years. We've really seen a decline in opportunities and in people's lifestyles, especially among poorer people, and not only poor, but middle class, working class people. We've seen a lot of opportunities go away. I think healthcare is going to be a big challenge, as every country knows going forward, dealing with elderly people. I think one key is finding how to make elderly people, how to help them become happy. I see one thing. I live in a small town in Yunnan province now, and I see a lot of elderly people in parks taking care of their grandchildren, dancing, singing, a lot of stuff like that. They seem to have quite a good life. It's a lot better than being stuck at home and watching TV. So that's a good part of it. But it's going to be a challenge for the society, any society going forward, because one is the woman who was talking about elderly care. She's dealing with very elderly or very sick people. Mm-hmm. But there are also a lot of retired people, elderly people, that are not really very elderly, and they're not very sick. And I'd like to explore ways to find opportunities for them to contribute to society. You know, maybe they can serve a mentorship for younger people, that kind of thing, rather than, I think they would be happy doing something like that. So I don't know the solutions, but I think dealing with these two issues is a key issue for all our societies going forward.
And gentlemen, we'll be getting back to you on this very soon. Now let's cross live to our correspondent Daniel Arap Moy, a correspondent from CGTN Africa, usually based in Nairobi, Kenya, but now he's in front of the Great Hall of the People in central Beijing. Daniel, good to see you here in Beijing. So what are some of the key areas that international journalists are focusing on this time?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, overseas journalists often scrutinize China's economic strategy. And here we're talking about areas to do with China's growth targets, fiscal policy, and new reforms. These are some of the areas that overseas journalists are looking at here at the Great Hall. And the second area is a lot of overseas journalists are looking at new technologies that are coming up here in China. We are looking at AI solutions rather like DeepSeek that has come up, which has generated a lot of debate across the world. So many of the journalists are looking at this as one of the key areas of focus, since it is one area that is being discussed here, you know, what policies are in place to control, you know, AI techs and new techs that are coming up. Also of importance and focus to the overseas media here is the question of environment and climate change. We all know that climate change has been one of the key areas of focus across the world. The devastating impacts has cut across the entire globe. So many of the journalists here are trying to understand, you know, what are the key policies that China is coming up with, you know, to ensure that there's a sustainable environment that is going to make sure that the world is a better place. And also of importance to many of the overseas journalists here is the question of China's foreign policy and international relations. You know, how does China view itself on the global stage, and what are China's diplomatic relations with the global community? So I think these are some of the key 4 areas that many of the overseas journalists are going to be focusing on at this occasion.
Thank you very much. That was Daniel Arap Moy, a CGTN Africa correspondent following China's annual political season in Beijing. Staying with our coverage, the world eyes are on China's annual political season. My colleague Mike Water in Washington tells us how the United States is tracking the 2 sessions.
Here in Washington, the 2 sessions is seen as a window into China's plans. Nathan King has more on the potential impact it will have in U.S.-China relations.
Obviously, the U.S. is beset by its domestic challenges and, of course, the first couple of months of the Trump administration. But U.S. watchers for the 2 sessions very much focus, of course, on Li Chang's announcing the economic growth target for the year. But the world, of course, is looking to that. And also any rhetorical or actual reaction to tariffs, those imposed since the incoming Trump administration, and those potentially yet to come. They'll also be looking at any policies to boost domestic demand in China. Remember, there's been this myth about overcapacity and China exporting its way to growth, well, obviously they'll be looking at where domestic consumption lies. But I think one of the most important things that's got a lot of press is how much promotion of innovation, science and the technologies. The other thing is DeepSeek. Now, the success of that AI model and its relative cheapness compared to US has got so much attention in this country, and there is immediately far less complacency when it comes to Chinese AI technology. Remember when Huawei developed its own chipset for that fantastic series of phones? This is even more than that, say a lot of analysts here. Zeroing in on the tariffs again, they're going to look at where the technology tariffs fall. Remember the last administration had this idea of a small yard and a high fence under Biden. China never saw it like that. They saw it as essentially containing. How much is the US going to react to that? Remember, China retaliated on the last tariffs quite mildly, 15% tariff on American coal, liquefied natural gas, 10% on crude oil. There was some agriculture and machinery stuff in there, large engine cars. So we'll see as tariffs potentially ramp up. Obviously, the US will want to know what is the response.
With that as our backdrop, let's do a deep dive into the two sessions and China's future. For insight, let's turn to Saurabh Gupta. He's a senior Asia-Pacific policy specialist at the Institute for China-America Studies, which is a think tank here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for joining us. Let's start with the backdrop for the two sessions, which of course is this fraught relationship between Washington and Beijing. How would you describe the U.S.-China relationship at this important juncture in time?
I would say it's at this juncture, there's a certain wariness on both sides. The U.S. is coming out aggressively, this new administration, and China is watching and waiting. There's anxiety, but there's also a desire to stay resolute and firm and pursue its own interests within this framework. So there's a wariness and watchfulness going on at this point of time, and that's where I would put it as to where the two countries are right now.
Okay, give us the lens from the United States. What will you be watching for during the two sessions? What are some of the key issues you think people in the West will be focused on?
Folks in the West will be looking at is how robustly is the Chinese government willing to stimulate the economy? There has been disinflation for a fair amount of time. Is the Chinese government really going to stimulate the economy? They did have a number of stimulus measures towards the latter part of last year. How much will those stimulus measures be continued into this year? And part of that has to do with the fact that what is going to be China's budget deficit this year. Usually that is a useful signal in terms of where China is going, also in terms of what is the amount of special treasury bonds, long-dated treasury bonds, and special purpose bonds. The other area I think that there will be, the West will be looking at is, are there signals in terms of how China is trying to manage its trade relationship with the United States, and what potential countermeasures also there might be. And in this context, how is China going about self-strengthening itself? How is it going about reforming many of those reforms which were laid out at the third plenum last July? What is China doing on that front? So it's these three areas in terms of how China is going to domestically grow and how it's going to cope with the consequences of the impending trade and investment war and technology competition is what I think folks in the West will be looking at.
It's going to be fascinating to watch. Saurabh Gupta, always appreciate your insights. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
In Washington, I'm Mike Walter. Back to you.
Well, talking about the U.S. and bilateral relations, especially trade relations, during Tuesday's news conference, the spokesperson of the Chinese legislature answered a question about the U.S. unilateral imposition of additional tariffs. And he said China and the U.S. gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation, and called on the U.S. to return to dialogue.
History tells us that China and the U.S. stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. The steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations is in the interest of both countries and meets the expectations of the international community. For China and the United States, two major countries with different national conditions, it is natural for there to be some disagreements. The important thing is to respect each other's core interests and major concerns and find a proper solution. We hope to work with the U.S. side to address each other's concerns through dialogue and consultation on the basis of mutual respect, equality, reciprocity, and mutual benefit. At the same time, we never accept any act of pressuring or threatening and will firmly defend our sovereignty, security, and development interests. We hope the U.S. can work with China to implement the important common understandings of the presidents of the two countries and return to the right track of dialogue and consultation.
In response to U.S. tariff hikes, China has announced a series of targeted measures. Beijing has added 15 U.S. firms to its export control list and initiated legal action against Washington at the World Trade Organization. It has also announced retaliatory 10 to 15% levies on a range of U.S. goods, including agricultural and food products like soybeans and pork. And the Chinese Foreign Ministry has said the U.S. is repaying kindness with ingratitude and is using its fentanyl crisis as an excuse to raise tariffs. And the ministry said this conduct by the U.S. will not solve its problems and will instead seriously undermine dialogue and cooperation in the field of drug control. It added that if the U.S. wants to solve its fentanyl crisis, it should consult with China on the basis of equality, respect, and mutual benefits.
Now, for more insights, let's go back to our studio guests. Talking about China-US ties, Mr. Blair, what are your thoughts on the latest remarks from the NPC session spokesperson?
I'm more optimistic. I'm sort of an outlier. I'm pretty optimistic about U.S.-China relations going forward. In particular, I think I would not dare speak for President Trump, but my interpretation of what's going on is that the Trump administration is rejecting the neoconservative policies, sort of the U.S. primacy policies, which we've seen for the past 30 years, which has gotten the United States into war after stupid war around the world. So I think the U.S. will going forward will be more respectful of China's place in the world. I think the Trump administration will not be pushing for U.S. primacy, dominance of the world in the way we've seen the past few administrations do. Now, I can't guarantee that, but that's my optimistic interpretation of what's going on. I'm also an outlier, and I think that trade for two large countries is not really the critical issue, because China is a big country. Big countries only can grow by internal reforms, structural reforms, by domestic production and domestic consumption, improving the lives of their own people. And that's true for the United States, too. We have to solve our problems by structural reforms and by deep solving of our own problems. And so trade for neither of our two big countries. If you're a tiny country, you depend entirely on international trade. But for the biggest countries in the world, it's not so critical. So I expect there will be arguments going forward, but my expectation of real conflict has gone down dramatically from what it was a year ago. I'm hopeful that it has.
We're also hopeful for that. We want to see your optimism really works in the future, especially between the first and the second biggest powers, economic powers in the world. And talking about global economy, Mr. Wang, it's not so good. It's bad, actually. We are developing our economy in a very unfriendly global environment. Talking about that, if against that backdrop, if I'm asking you to put an adjective in front of Chinese economy, what adjective would you use? and why?
I would say inspiring. And then if you look at, yes, you're right. I think the global economic situation is not extremely good, and the Chinese economy also is undergoing a transitional process. But overall, I think China still maintains a lot of advantages. One is the market power. I think no country can compete with China in terms of market size and quality, which contains all the necessary market factors. And two is still China's upgrading manufacturing. And China's global share of manufacturing value added now accounts for 30%, whereas U.S. is now down to 15%. I think in 5 to 10 years of time, China is going up to 45%. So manufacturing is still going very, very strong. And then third, the technology advancement we were just talking about. I think that makes China with certain edges in terms of competing with other powers, including the United States. But back to the U.S.-China relations, I think the tariffs, obviously according to the spokesperson, I agree with him that the tariffs are not going to do any good to anybody's interests, because we can only benefit by cooperating with each other. The tariffs are also not helping with the U.S. economy. And if you think about it, when you raise the tariffs and where the costs go, well, either going to the Chinese producers or to the consumers in the U.S., and more than likely or not, they will go to the consumers in the U.S., which then boosts the inflation, which has already become a very serious issue before the election, the most recent election. And of course, people are saying that some of the tariffs can go into the tax cuts by the Trump administration, but I seriously doubt that. Number one, I don't think all of the tariffs can overcome the tax cuts. But number two, I doubt whether the tax cuts can be evenly distributed across industries and firms. So overall, I think David has a good point. I think big powers not competing necessarily over who has more power, who has more trade over the other, but rather they're competing with their own tackling of their own issues. I think both China and the U.S. are facing domestic issues, and if we are competing with each other, we're competing each other on who can tackle our own problems better than others. And in doing so, we're actually contributing to a greater good in the global economy.
Do you think China and U.S. are doing that, tackling their own problems in the right way?
I think we're all busy doing that, but in the meantime, obviously, we need to make sure that we do not spill over our own problems to other countries.
And gentlemen, as we're talking about this, we're watching live footage from central Beijing, where the third session of the 14th National People's Congress is about to start very soon. Very quickly, to gather your thoughts, Mr. Blair, follow up on your reform remarks. How's China going to boost its high-quality development this year? What are the key priorities from your observation?
If you ask me the question you just asked about how I would describe the Chinese economy, I would use the word competitive. Competitive internally. It's an incredibly competitive market here in many sectors. I just look at the car sector, car manufacturing. I don't know how many manufacturers they are, and they fiercely compete. So that's the saying they used to say about New York, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Well, that's true in the Chinese economy now, in many sectors. And I think that's the key going forward. The key, people talk about market economies and government-managed economies, and there's a rule for both government management and the market. But you only get the advantages of the market if you don't have monopolies, which we see in both the U.S. and the EU. If you have competition is the real key. And I think if spurring private competition is the way forward.
Right, and actually, I would choose resilient to describe Chinese economy, especially in the past year, when the world economy is going downward. You mentioned, David, that China has proposed a dual circulation, meaning to focus on domestic economic circulation while having international interaction as well. The question is, while China is building a super large scale domestic market to enhance economic resilience, do you think the country is also avoiding inward-looking policies to and ensure continued openness?
Well, I'm not sure what you would mean by inward-looking policies, but I'm not seeing that dual circulation cuts off international trade.
So you think so far that dual circulation is balanced?
You know, we just heard a representative from a CGTN employee from Kenya speaking. I've had a chance to travel in Africa a bit, and I've seen some of the construction by Chinese construction companies here as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. That is transforming parts of Africa, and that opens up markets for China, which previously weren't there. So I think that's an openness. But as I said before, for a big country, it's internal development that matters. And I think the key to internal development is spreading that development.
We have to
and
leave it
very
there.
soon, I believe we'll be getting answers for those big issues very soon, because the third session of the 14th National People's Congress is about to start. You are watching live footage from the Great Hall of the People in Beijing. The third session of the 14th NPC is about to start. Chinese President Xi Jinping, along with top Chinese leadership, are now entering the venue of this important political gathering. You're watching live footage from the Great Hall of the People in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping and China's top leadership are attending this gathering, and Chinese Premier Li Qiang is expected to deliver a government work report reviewing the work of the year 2024 and laying out a comprehensive socio-economic development plan for China in the year 2025. This is the opening of the third session of the 14th National People's Congress. And this is the annual gathering of China's top legislature.
And the world is looking forward for the government work report delivered by Chinese Premier Li Qiang to see how China's economy performed last year and what are the plans for China's economic development in the coming year.
Fellow deputies, the third session of the 14th NPC has an expected attendance of 2,929. Today, the actual attendance is 2,880. 49 were absent, and we are up to the legal standard. Now I declare the third session of the 14th NPC of People's Republic of China is open. Please all rise up and sing the national anthem. Please be seated. Fellow deputies, Today, there are 4 agendas. Now, we will go through the first one. Deliberation on the government work report. Now, let's invite Premier of the State Council Li Qiang to deliver the work report on the government. Fellow deputies, on behalf of the State Council, I will now report to you on the work of the government for your deliberation and also for comments from members of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. First, review of our work in 2024. The year 2024 was a truly remarkable year in China's development journey. At its 3rd plenary session, the 20th Central Committee of the CPC set forth plans for future deepening reform comprehensively to advance Chinese modernization. We celebrated the 75th anniversary of the founding of PRC, greatly inspiring patriotism and dedication in the Chinese people of all ethnic groups. Over the past year, in the face of complex and challenging developments marked by mounting external pressures and growing domestic difficulties, we, the Chinese people of all ethnic groups, have overcome difficulties and continued to forge ahead under the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. We ensured overall stable performance and steady growth of economy and accomplished the main goals and tasks. In 2024, in terms of economic and social development, solid headway was made in pursuing high-quality growth and fostering new quality productive forces. China's economic strength, scientific and technological capabilities, and composite national strengths continued to rise, and solid new strides were made in advancing Chinese modernization. Stable performance was consolidated and sustained. Steady expansion of the economy. China's GDP rose to 134.9 trillion yuan, a year-on-year increase of 5%. In terms of job opportunities and the CPI, they're overall steady. 12.56 million new jobs were added in the urban areas, and the surveyed unemployment rate in urban areas averaged 5.1%. CPI rose up by 0.2%. A basic equilibrium in the balance of payments. Foreign trade reached a record high, and global market share of China's exports increased steadily. Foreign exchange reserves surpassed $3.2 trillion. Steady progress in ensuring the people's well-being. Per capita disposable income grew by 5.1% in real terms. Achievements were made in poverty alleviation. Greater support was provided to ensure the social stability. New advancements were made in a solid way. New advancements in industrial upgrading. Grain output hit a new high of 700 million metric tons. The new energy vehicles has passed the 13 million mark. Innovative capacity was further enhanced. Chang'e No. 6 mission completed humanity's first-ever sample collection from the far side of the moon, and Mengxiang ocean drilling vessel was delivered and commissioned. New improvements were made in the ecological environment. In cities at and above prefecture level, the average concentration of PM 2.5 fell by 2.7%. Energy consumption per unit of GDP dropped by more than 3%. New breakthroughs in reform and opening up. We implemented the reform plans of institutional reform by developing the national market and postponing the retirement age and other major reform measures. In manufacturing sector, foreign investment access restrictions were cancelled and lifted. Trade and investment cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative was steadily expanded and upgraded.
Our achievement in 2024 did not come easily. The adverse impacts of changes in the international environment increased, and some deep-seated structural problems that had been building up in the country for years came to a head. Sluggish domestic demand was compounded by weak public expectations along with other issues, and the difficulty in sustaining stable economic growth has increased. However, we responded to this array of difficulties with both active and effective steps. We redoubled the policies to improve macro regulations in a timely manner. In particular, we took actions that was decided by the Political Bureau of the Central Committee at the meeting on September 26. During this process, we deepened our understanding of the laws governing economic work and became more keenly aware that the centralized, unified leadership of the Party Central Committee is essential to doing our economic work well. It is also clear that we must properly handle the relationship between an efficient market and a well-functioning government, between aggregate supply and demand, between fostering new growth drivers and upgrading old ones, between optimizing allocation of new resources and making the best use of existing ones, and between enhancing quality and expanding total output. What we have achieved, once again, proves that under the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, and with the dedicated efforts of our people across the country, we can prevail over any difficulty in pursuing development. Over the past year, we continued to deepen our understanding of and apply Xi Jinping's thoughts on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, firmly held the authority of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core and its centralized unified leadership, followed party leadership in every aspect and throughout the process of government work, and we have many engaged in the following work. First, we took more robust and innovative measures in conducting macro regulations in light of evolving conditions and promoted economic recovery and growth. We have strengthened counter-cyclical macro controls and introduced targeted measures, and China's economy saw a trend of a V-shape throughout the year, and we have made strong push to implement fiscal and monetary policies, and we have lowered the required reserve ratio and policy interest rate twice. We also expanded the 2 new projects, and we increased the support for stabilization of the housing market, and we also lowered the down payment for home buyers. Efforts were made to repurchase loan projects, and we have also expanded the swap of 6 trillion yuan worth of local government debt quota. Second, we deepened reform and opening up comprehensively with unswerving commitment and boosted international and internal momentum of development, we overhauled regulations impeding the development of a unified national market. We deepened the reform of SOEs and continued to optimize the development environment of private sector, also cultivated new growth points of foreign trade. Foreign trade is now exerting a greater contribution to economic growth, and we have strengthened opening up for all the countries with diplomatic relations with China. If they are a least developed countries, and they will be entitled to zero tariffs if they trade with China. We also extended the visa-free transit stays to more countries. And third, we made major efforts to promote innovation-driven development and upgraded the industrial structure. We boosted China's strength in science and technology, rolled out major national science-tech programs across the board, and improved the technology in industry. And we have Beidou navigation satellite system, commercial space, and the new type of energy storage. The value added of the core industries of the digital economy rose to about 10% of GDP. 4. We advanced coordinated development between urban and rural areas and between different regions and improved the economic layout. The urbanization rate climbed to 67%. We continued our efforts to consolidate the foundations of agriculture and made important headways in rural revitalization. A number of regional development policies and policies for integrated development were rolled out. 5th, we actively developed social programs and improved the people's well-being. College graduates and people out of poverty and migrant workers, among other key population groups, have had a stable situation of employment. The scholarship program has been expanded. The student loan has lowered its interest, benefiting 34 million students. We also advanced mutual recognition of clinical test results from different medical institutions, and also the basic pension standard have been increased. A lump sum livelihood subsidy has been issued, benefiting over 11 million people. The culture market is boosted. Our athletes won the best results in Olympic Games in Paris. 6, we continued to strengthen environmental protection and promoted green and low-carbon development. The discharge of major pollutants has continued the trend of decrease. We also pushed ahead, reducing the pollution in areas of deserts and sandy lakes. And the share of electricity generated from non-fossil fuels increased, accounting for close to 40% of the total power generation. And we also launched the National Voluntary Greenhouse Gas Emission Reduction Trading Market. 7, we enhanced government performance and government innovation and ensured social stability and harmony. We implemented the Party Central Committee's strategic plans for conducting full and rigorous party self-governance, strictly complied with the Central Party leadership's 8-point decision on improving discipline. We reduced the burden to the grassroots and enhanced our efforts in fighting against corruption. We also submitted 19 legislative proposals to the Standing Committee of the NPC and revised 28 administrative regulations. We readily accepted oversight in compliance with the law and handled with keen attention recommendations from NPC deputies and proposals from the CPPCC. We wrote out 2 lists of major matters covered by one-step government service, strengthened emergency management and seed production, and fight against criminal activities so as to ensure prosperity, and social stability. In 2024, we made new advances in conducting major country diplomacy with Chinese characteristics. President Xi Jinping and other party and state leaders visited numerous countries and attended the Astana Summit of Shanghai Cooperation Organization and BRICS Summit and APEC Economic Leaders Summit. China also successfully held the Beijing Summit of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, among other major diplomatic events. We promoted the building of a community with a shared future for mankind and consolidated partnership across the globe. China made important contributions to peace and development in the world. We owe our achievements in 2024 to General Secretary Xi Jinping, who is at the helm charting the course, and to the sound guidance of Xi Jinping's thoughts on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. We also owe them to the strong leadership of the Party Central Committee with Comrade Xi at its core, and to the concerted efforts of the whole party, the armed forces, and the Chinese people of all ethnic groups.
On behalf of the State Council, I express sincere thanks to all our people and to all other political parties, people's organizations, and public figures from all sectors of society. I express heartfelt appreciation to our fellow countrymen and women in the Hong Kong and Macau special administrative regions, in Taiwan and overseas. I also express sincere thanks to the governments of other countries, international organizations, and friends across the world that have shown understanding and support for us in China as we pursue modernization. We are keenly aware of the problems and challenges that confront us internationally. An increasingly complex and severe external environment may exert a greater impact on China in areas such as trade and science and technology. Unilateralism and protectionism are on the rise. Multilateral trading system is experiencing disruptions, and the basis for our economic pickup is unstable. Effective demand is insufficient. Some enterprises have difficulties in production and operation. The employment and revenue increase are under pressure. Some basic level fiscal budget is in difficulties. Some cages have misconduct or have no actions. In some places and localities, corruption is frequent. So we must confront those difficulties and problems and at the same time cement our confidence in development. China has its distinctive system advantage with large-sized market and complete industrial system and rich personnel and talent resources and other edges. And the basic trend of long-term economic pickup will remain unchanged. And the giant ship of China's economy will continue to cleave the waves and sail steadily toward the future. Second, overall requirements and policy orientations for economic and social development in 2025. The year 2025 is the final year for implementing the 14th Five-Year Plan. To deliver, we in government must, under the strong leadership of the Party Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, do the following. follow the guidance of Xi Jinping thought on socialism with its Chinese characteristics for a new era, fully implement the guiding principles from the 20th National Congress and the second and third plenary sessions of the 20th Party Central Committee, adhere to the general principle of pursuing progress while ensuring stability, fully and faithfully apply the new development philosophy on all fronts, move faster to create a new pattern of development, and make solid progress in high-quality development. Further deepen reform comprehensively and expand high-standard opening up. Modernize the industrial system. Better ensure both development and security. Implement more proactive and effective macro policies. Boost domestic demand. Promote integrated advancements in technological and industrial innovation. Ensure stability in the real estate market and the stock market. Guard against and diffuse risks in key areas and external shocks. Stabilize expectations and boost economic vitality, promote sustained economic recovery and growth, keep improving people's living standards, maintain social harmony and stability, fulfill the targets and tasks set in the 14th Five-Year Plan to a high standard. These efforts will enable us to lay a solid foundation for a good start to the 15th Five-Year Plan. The main targets for development this year are as follows: GDP growth of around 5%, surveyed urban unemployment rate of around 5.5%, over 12 million new urban jobs, CPI increase of around 2%, growth in personal income in step with economic growth, a basic equilibrium in the balance of payments, grain output of around 1.4 trillion jin, a drop of around 3% in energy consumption per capita GDP, continued improvements in the environment. The target of GDP growth of 5% fully takes into account the need to stabilize employment, prevent risks, and improve people's well-being, as well as the potential for growth and conditions supporting growth. So, it underscores our resolve to meet difficulties head-on and strive hard to deliver. We will make progress in a steady way and innovate while maintaining the achievements. We will improve the toolkits of our policies and make dynamic readjustment in our policies in response to the conditions so that our macro control would be more far-sighted, targeted, and effective. We will implement more proactive fiscal policies. This year, the deficit rate is designed to be 4%, 1 percentage point higher than last year. The deficit size is 5.66 trillion RMB yuan, 1.6 trillion more than last year. And we will also issue the long-term special bond, 1.3 trillion RMB yuan. We designed to have 4.4 trillion RMB yuan of local government dedicated bond. This year, the total newly added government debt will stay at 11.86 trillion yuan, 2.9 trillion yuan more than last year. We must accelerate the allotment of different kinds of budget so as to support the actual expenditure. We will keep optimizing the expenditure structure. The government will be frugal so that more funds will be allocated for people's well-being. And to meet people's need, we will take moderately loose monetary policy. At a proper time, we will reduce the interest rate and reserve rate to ensure sufficient liquidity. The money supply increase will be aligned with our economic growth target and the price index. We will optimize and innovate the structural monetary policies and more aggressively support the sound development of the real estate and stock markets. We will smooth away the monetary policy channels so as to further reduce the cost of social financing. We must be people-centered in our macro policies. So more economic policies will focus on benefiting the people and boosting consumption. More resources will be invested on people's benefits and people's livelihood in order to have a virtuous cycle of economic growth and livelihood improvement. We must better utilize the policy mix. We will set up an evaluation work mechanism of our macro policies to improve the matching of the policy goals, tools, time points, and strengths and paces. We will coordinate the policy implementation and expectation management. To fulfill the targets of this year, we must implement comprehensively Xi Jinping's thoughts on our economy and give top priority to high-quality growth. And we will consistently expand domestic demand and have the supply-side structural reform. With the reform, we will mobilize the initiatives of all sides.
3. Key government tasks in 2025. First, vigorously boost domestic consumption and increase the efficacy of investments and comprehensively expand domestic demand. And we will practice the special initiatives to boost consumption and optimize consumption environment and unleash multifaceted and diversified potential of consumption and promote consumption upgrading. We will also issue an ultra-long special treasury bond totaling 300 billion yuan to support consumer goods trading program. And we also create a full range of new consumption scenarios to advance the growth of digital, green, smart, and other types of consumption. And we will also introduce measures to unleash the consumption potential in culture and sports-related industry so as to create a safe and reassuring environment for consumption. Efforts will be made to expand effective investment. We will better leverage the investment toolbox of government at different levels and select key projects and make the most use of our funding support and fight against ineffective investments. This year, 335 billion yuan will be earmarked in the central government budget for investment. We will put ultra-long special treasury bond to good use to support top-down organization and coordination to ensure great support for the major national strategies. We will support investment from the private sector so as to create even greater space for private capital to develop new quality productive forces and accelerate the development of a modernized industrial system. We will foster emerging industries and industries for the future. Strategic emerging industries will be better integrated. New technology, new products, and new scenarios will be applied across the board. Biomanufacturing, quantum technology, embodied AI, and 6G technology will be further cultivated. We will promote orderly industrial development and healthy competition and foster a number of competitive enterprises so that they can trailblaze in new fields and new tracks. We will also support the transformation of traditional industries. Efforts will be made to advance industrial foundation, re-engineering and major technology and equipment research. efforts will be made to optimize the transformation of traditional industry. We will foster some popular brands, quality products, and renowned traditional industries. We will unleash the creativity of the digital economy. The AI Plus initiative will be further advanced. We will develop smart IoT and new energy-based vehicles, computers, and 5G, and the next generation of smart terminals. 5G technology will be applied in large scale. The innovation-driven developments will be accelerated, and we will also standardize the development of platform economy. 3. Implement the strategy of invigorating China through science and technology and boost the overall performance of China's innovation system. We will build a high-quality education system. The 3-year action plan for strengthening education will be drawn up and implemented. The standard system will be rolled out for compulsory education and expand the offering of higher education services and roll out free-of-charge preschool education. We will also strengthen the construction of double first standard universities. Efforts will also be made to enhance the morality of teachers and to deepen the reform of education. We will accelerate the pace of transformation from a big country in education into a strong education power. We will improve self-reliance and strength in science and technology. Efforts will be made to plan some major science-tech innovation and breakthroughs. And we will support the reform and institutional restructuring of scientific research institutions. From a system perspective, we will ensure that enterprises can get involved in major national science-tech programs. Efforts will be made to facilitate commercialization of technologies and boost popular science initiatives. We will publicize and spread the spirit of scientific practitioners and build an environment that empowers innovation. We will enhance the overall caliber of talents, and efforts will be made to cultivate the talents pool, and we will be bold enough to allow young talents to play a bigger role. The talents stratification system will be rolled out to incentivize the vast amount of talents. 4. Accelerate the implementation of landmark reform measures and better leverage the leading role of economic structural reform. We'll make effective moves to stimulate the vitality of market entities, and we will remain unswervingly committed to promoting SOEs and the private sector. We remain deeply committed to rolling out a number of policies to support the private sector, and wage arrears will be resolved. Special activity will be taken to enhance the enforcement of law. The government will follow the approach of service so as to bring warmth to enterprises. And we will also make thorough efforts to develop a unified national market. Efforts will be made to fight against rat race competition, and we will implement a negative list so as to improve the access for new forms of business and new sectors. Policies will be introduced to improve the social credit system and develop an integrated credit repair system. We will also work faster to develop a unified and open transportation market and launch an initiative to cut logistic costs across society. Reforms will be conducted in the fiscal, taxation, and financial systems. Faster moves will be taken to exercise tax on some items further down the production to consumption chain, with the power of collection being passed to local governments. The capital market investment and financing activities will be refined, and we will also improve the standards and foundational institutions for technology finance and green finance. 5, expand higher standard opening up and stabilize foreign trade and investment. We will work for stable development of foreign trade and optimize the financial services involving investment, financing, settlement, and foreign exchanges, and expand the scale and coverage of export credit insurance and provide support to enterprises in cross-border e-commerce. We will support the integrated development of domestic and foreign trade and work faster to address unified development of both domestic trade and international trade. And we will cultivate new growth drivers such as digital trade and green trade, among others. We will vigorously encourage foreign investment. Efforts will be made to deepen the openness of the service sector and other open sectors such as telecommunications, medical services, and education. We will ensure national treatment for foreign-funded enterprises in fields such as production factors. Efforts will be made to build a market-based, legal, and standard business environment so as to facilitate the development of foreign-funded enterprises.
Promote solid and steady progress in high-quality development of BRI initiative. We coordinate to facilitate some small but beautiful livelihood improvement projects. In terms of legal, financial, and logistic services, we will encourage comprehensive services overseas to optimize the international cooperation landscape in the industrial chain and supply chain. Deepen bilateral and multilateral and regional economic cooperation. We will continuously expand the free trade network globally, and we will safeguard the multilateral trade mechanism with the WTO as its core so as to further expand the convergence of interests for common development. 6, effectively preventing and diffusing risks in key areas and ensuring that no systemic risks arise. We will make continued efforts to stem the downturn and restore stability in the real estate market. We will increase the land supply for real estate market, revitalize the reserved land and commercial houses. We will prevent any default risk in the real estate developers. We will effectively and orderly establish relevant institutional designs to speed up the new model design for the real estate market. We will try to build safe, comfortable, green, and intelligent houses. Take steady measures to diffuse local government debt risks. We will improve and implement the whole basket debt diffusion plan, optimize the performance evaluation and control measures to readjust the highly risky areas with high debt. We will also try to curb any illegal behaviors in issuing bond or debt. We will take active measures to prevent financial risks. We will try to support local areas to make transformations. And we will also take measures like market withdrawal to diffuse the risks. We will improve the regulation system, encourage the coordination between central government and local government regulations. We will do our best to make a plan to deal with the external risks and shocks to safeguard financial stability and safety. 7th, making every effort to deliver in work relating to agricultural rural areas and rural residents and taking solid steps to advance all-around rural revitalization. We will work on quality improvement and improvement of the areas of arable land. We will take high-quality measures to build up the high-standard farmland. We will speed up the agriculture equipment and machines R&D process and disseminate the agricultural scientific and technological results on a large scale. All localities must hold themselves accountable for food security. We will keep working to consolidate and build on our achievements in poverty alleviation. By improving the efficacy of monitoring and assistance, we will build on the progress achieved to ensure that people are lifted out of poverty, to prevent any relapse into or occurrence of poverty. Greater follow-up support will be given to people relocated from inhospitable areas, and tailored assistance will be provided to improve the performance of local industries. We will also ramp up employment support and expand the scope of work relief policies. We will take categorized measures to offer more assistance for those people while consolidating the results of poverty alleviation and revitalizing the villages. We will solidly promote the rural areas reform and development. And we will extend the rural land contracts by another 30 years upon the expiration of the current second-round contracts and scale up province-wide trials of this purpose. We will expand the channels of revenue making of the farmers, and we will try to take customized measures to build livable and harmonious and beautiful villages. 8th, advancing new urbanization and coordinated regional development, and further improving the spatial layout of development. We will advance strategic initiatives for new urbanization. We will take well-conceived and systemic measures to grant permanent urban residency to people moving to cities from rural areas. We will ensure that they have full access to basic public services in their place of permanent residence, and will intensify support to see that children living with them receive compulsory education in cities. And they will also be eligible to join the housing support system, and they will have smooth access to social security channels. We will also support the old households' restoration to build up livable, resilient, and smart cities. We will make more efforts to implement the measures in regions. We will actively cultivate new growth points to magnify the effects in the main functional areas. We will also encourage other areas to take customized measures to grow themselves. In eastern, western, and central areas, we will encourage industrial coordination. 9. We will take coordinated efforts to cut carbon emissions, reduce pollution, pursue green development, and boost economic growth and accelerate green transition. We will enhance pollution prevention and control and ecological conservation. We will continue our drive to keep the skies blue, waters clear, and lands clean. We will formulate an action plan for the comprehensive treatment of the solid waste, better coordinate the treatment of new pollutants, and strengthen control of environmental risks. We will actively promote the pilot projects of a beautiful China to keep meeting people's aspiration for better ecological environment. We will accelerate the development of green and low-carbon development. We will implement the green low-carbon technologies projects and cultivate new growth points such as green architecture. We will cut off those heavily polluting projects, effectively strengthen the utilization and recycling of the wastes, so as to encourage the formulation of green and low-carbon production methods and lifestyle. We will take steady measures to hit the decarbonization targets. We will set up a batch of zero-carbon parks and factories. We will have a carbon emissions accounting and statistics and set up the carbon footprint management system, carbon labels certification system. We will also set up some new energy bases in the Gobi deserts and encourage the pilot projects to be implemented in pursuing low-carbon development. We will also take active measures to lead the climate governance. 10th, we will extend our efforts in security and people's livelihood to improve social governance efficacy. We will take more measures to stabilize and expand employment. We support the labor-intensive industries to create more jobs and stabilize the job opportunities. We will coordinate between the new technology application and the job opportunity transition and create new opportunities. We will extend the channels of job creation for the new graduates. We will also take measures to protect the laborers' legitimate rights and interests and offer more training opportunities for the workers. So those who contribute more could be better paid, and those who innovate could have a higher earning. Strengthen basic healthcare services. We will promote the public hospital reform and improve the remuneration system. We will optimize the collective procurement of drugs and enhance the supervision of the drugs so the patients could have a safer medical service. We will also support the pricing mechanism reform to support the development of innovative drugs.
We will improve the mechanism for TEM drugs innovation. We strengthen regulation over medical funds so as to ensure that each and every penny is used to improve the benefits of the people. We will also improve social welfare and social support. The minimum standard of basic pension will be increased by another 20 yuan, and retirees will have their pension increased. Social support will be rolled out for home-based elderly care. We will vigorously support the elderly care with dining support and rehabilitation tools, and childbirth support policies will be enhanced. Monthly subsidies will be rolled out. A stratified social secure and support system will be introduced to ensure the basic livelihood of people living in poverty. We promote cultural ethical advancement. Important efforts will be made to enhance socialist values and moralities. Broadcast, movie and documentary related work will be further improved. We will also disseminate fine cultural resources to the grassroots and improve the cultural industry and market system, and also support the construction of cultural facilities and launch a population-wide fitness campaign. And health intervention will be strengthened for the juvenile and the youth so that the youth can truly improve their level of health. We will also safeguard national security and social stability. The overall national security concept will be implemented across the board. Biosecurity concepts will be further implemented. The 3-year action plan for safe production will be deepened, and safe campus food will be introduced. We will also improve public legal services and make it more affordable and accessible, and build a higher level of peaceful China initiative. We will begin formulating the 15th five-year plan this year. We should make an in-depth analysis of new plans by considering major strategic tasks, policies, measures, and projects so that the plan will serve as an effective guide for China's economic and social development. New challenges and tasks call for better performance from the government. All of us in government at every level should acquire a deep understanding of the two establishes, reinforce the four consciousnesses and four confidences, and align ourselves to the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi at its core, both in terms of ideology and thinking, and take the initiative to shoulder up the responsibility of a strict party building and follow through the 8-point discipline requirement and regulation of the CPC Central Committee. And we will continue with the fight against the corruption and constantly improve the capabilities of discharging our duties as government officials. We will intensify efforts to build a law-based government, perform our duties in strict accordance with the Constitution and the law, and accept the supervision of the NPC and CPPCC at the relevant levels, and take the supervision from the society and the media. Government officials must practice integrity, abide by the law, and handle affairs in accordance with the law, so as to ensure that the power entrusted upon us by the party and the people is used to serve the people. We will make our handling of government affairs more effective, and we will adopt a realistic and pragmatic approach to solve problems, and investigations and checks over the work of the grassroots will be further reduced so as to make them more available to handle issues that are concerned by the general public. And government officials must be down to earth and create remarkable achievements that can stand the test of the history and people. We will foster a strong sense of community for the Chinese nation, uphold and improve the system of regional ethnic autonomy, and promote solidarity and progress amongst different ethnic groups, and also speed up the modernization drive in areas with large ethnic minority populations. We will mobilize strength from all corners to advance the national rejuvenation. We will follow through Xi Jinping's thoughts on strengthening the military and follow the absolute leadership of the party over the people's armed forces, and also follow the system of ultimate responsibility resting with the chairman of the Central Military Commission, and be prepared from a military perspective so as to safeguard China's national interest and security. We will step up military training and combat readiness, and different levels of military must reinforce their preparedness to safeguard China's sovereignty and overall solidarity. We will comprehensively and accurately follow through the policy of one country, two systems, under which the people of Hong Kong administer Hong Kong, and the people of Macau administer Macau, both with a high degree of autonomy. We will support Hong Kong and Macau in growing their economies, improving their lives, and allow patriots in Hong Kong and Macau to govern themselves, support them to better integrate into the overall development of the mainland, and maintain long-term prosperity and stability of Hong Kong and Macau. We will implement the party's overall policy for the new era on resolving the Taiwan question. We will stay committed to the One China principle and the 1992 consensus, and resolutely oppose separatist activities aimed at Taiwan independence, and external interference so as to promote the peaceful development of cross-strait relations. We will promote economic and cultural exchanges across the Taiwan Strait and advance integrated cross-strait development and improve the well-being of China's people on both sides so as to realize the great cause of rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. We will stay committed to an independent foreign policy of peace and travel a path of peaceful development. We will remain firm in pursuing a mutually beneficial strategy of opening up. China is ready to work with the international community to promote the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, and promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. Dear deputies, let us rally more closely with our strengths and work hard to create glorious achievements. Let us unite firmly under the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its call, hold high the great banner of socialism with China's characteristics, and follow the guidance of Xi Jinping's thoughts on socialism with China's characteristics for a new era. Let us meet difficulties head-on and forge ahead with resolve to accomplish this year's objectives and tasks for economic and social development and bring the 14th five-year plan to a successful conclusion. And let us strive to build a great country and advance national rejuvenation on all fronts through China's modernization.
All right, that was Chinese Premier Li Qiang delivering the government work report of 2024. And the report actually described the Chinese economy in the past year as being stable and solid. With GDP grew by 5%, and the government created over 12.56 million jobs, and grain output reached 700 million. Meaning ensured food security. And the new EVs produced the number is 13 million, demonstrating China's leadership in the new energy sector apparently. And CPI increased mildly by 0.2%, and which ensured price stability, of course. And per capita disposable income grew by 5.1%. In real terms, and that's a very good number as well. 2024 also saw great elevation of China's high-tech capability, innovation capability, especially in sectors like integrated circuit, AI, quantum technology, etc. And China launched Chang'e 6 and brought back samples from the dark side of the moon. That's a major development as well. Well, overall, the central government has met all the targets set in 2023 amid a lot of challenges globally, of course, and domestically as well.
I think it's fair to say that one outstanding feature of China's policy making is its consistency, and it's no exception for this year's overall planning. So let's take a look at China's overall economic and social development targets for the year 2025. The GDP growth rate is set at about 5%. Again, 5% GDP growth is set for China in 2025. And also with a surveyed urban unemployment rate set at around 5.5%. Now, 12 million new urban jobs will be created this year. Also, CPI increase of 2025, it's set at around 2%, 1 percentage point lower than last year's. And also, a drop of around 3% in energy consumption per unit of GDP. Talking about the overall macroeconomic setting this year, China will adopt a more proactive fiscal policy and an appropriately accommodative monetary policy with people-oriented macro policies. And talking about boosting China's economy, one big focus this year is clearly to boost domestic consumption. And as Premier Li said in his work report this year, the government is expected to launch special initiatives to boost consumption. So a lot to expect, a lot of details. Of course, we'll provide you all the analysis later. But now let's get more details from the government work report just delivered by Premier Li Qiang. He says China has stronger confidence in its development due to its institutions and advantages.
China has its distinctive system advantage with large-sized market and complete industrial system and rich personnel and talent resources and other edges. And the basic trend of long-term economic pickup will remain unchanged. And the giant ship of China's economy will continue to cleave the waves and sail steadily toward the future.
Right, and while delivering the government work report, Premier Li Qiang also says the GDP growth target for 2025 is set around 5%.
The main targets for development this year are as follows: GDP growth of around 5%, surveyed urban unemployment rate of around 5.5%, over 12 million new urban jobs, CPI increase of around 2%. The target of GDP growth of 5% fully takes into account the need to stabilize employment, prevent risks, and improve people's well-being, as well as the potential for growth and conditions supporting growth. So, it underscores our resolve to meet difficulties head-on and strive hard to deliver.
Now let's cross live to our colleague Tian Wei, standing by at Great Hall of the People in central Beijing. Good to see you, Tian Wei. You've been following this big event all the way, so bring us up to date on your observation and thoughts.
Right. After listening to the work report delivered by the Chinese Premier Li Qiang, one could notice the two key words when describing the work of China for the year 2024 and the year ahead in the year 2025. 2024, despite of tremendous external pressure as well as long-term deep-rooted structural problems in China, we have seen China in the government report described very clearly, managed to achieve all its earlier goals. Now, that has been achieved with the backdrop of a very sophisticated and complicated international environment. I think I don't need to further illustrate on those points. However, for the year 2025, the Chinese Premier said in the government work report very clearly there are a number of adjustments going to be made. Of course, the GDP growth rate is still around 5%. However, when it comes to fiscal policy, monetary policy, new approaches are likely to be taken. For example, the budget deficit ratio to GDP is going to be raised to 4% rather than 3%, which has been the tradition since the year 2010. 1% rate means a lot. It means a tremendous amount of investment likely to be unleashed into the economy. Meanwhile, we also see possible adjustments in the interest rates. Lower the interest rate, you're going to more less burden, in fact, on both households and companies, and as well as reserve ratio rates likely to be adjusted when needed. So this would mean more possibility and liquidity into the financial markets. All of these are trying to bring more vitality and also potential of the Chinese economy despite of the complicated both domestic challenges and the external pressure. Having said that, though, the Chinese Premier also said in the government work report that there might be mechanism being established to assess how the microeconomic policies are doing. As you know, China has been adjusting China's macroeconomic policies since last year. We've seen some of the policies that have immediate effect, for example, on the vitality of the stock market in the latter half of last year. However, there has been questions raised as to how will all these policies and new adjustments work together? Will they bring the quote-unquote the chemical effect, the chemistry effect that's likely to be expected in the plan? So I guess that is also an important point that the Chinese premier made in the government work report. So stability for the year 2024 despite tremendous challenges, and new adjustments for the year 2025. As we speak, the world is experiencing both challenges in peace and also in prosperity, but certainly China, both as one of the largest economies in the world and as an important player on the international stage to build communities of shared future. This government work report and some of the key points coming out of it is going to provide more confidence, not only for China, but also for the rest of the world. Back to you, Panda.
Thank you very much, our colleague Tian Wei at Great Hall of the People in Beijing.
Meanwhile, our colleague Kona has also been following the two sessions this year, and she is going to give us her observations on the way, and let's talk to her about the NBC Standing Committee. Kona, so she is now in the Great Hall of People. Tell us more about your observation.
Hello there, Dongning and Pendong. Good to see you, and greetings from the Great Hall of the People here in Beijing. Well, as you've mentioned, apart from the government work report, another important mission for lawmakers is to review and deliberate another important work report, that is the draft work report of the NPC Standing Committee, China's top legislature, which normally reviews what has been achieved during the past year and lay out the priorities for legislation this year. Well, I have been following the NPC Standing Committee's bi-monthly session very closely. I took part in a lot of discussions among lawmakers. Well, if you ask me what would be my biggest impression, I would like to summarize in 3 words. That is efficiency, high quality, and people-oriented. Well, during the past year, the NPC Standing Committee has passed 6 new laws, 14 amendments, and 4 important legal decisions on major issues. Well, those laws and regulations are closely related to people's daily lives, including China's first energy law and the law on the protection of China's cultural relics. One particular draft stood out to the public, that is China's very first law on promotion and protection of the private sectors. And why is this so important is because we remember in February, just right after the Spring Festival, a symposium has garnered global attention when President Xi Jinping is addressing the heads of the China's leading private enterprises, which signals the country's strong commitment to promote the high quality development of the private sector, which represents over 92% of the China's total registered businesses, and a testament of China's resilience and the potential of the Chinese economy. So this draft law was put for initial reading in December last year, 2024, and it has been undergoing finished the second reading in February by the NPC Standing Committee. Normally, if a law or regulation has to undergo at least twice of deliberations or review before it's put to the third review, and it will very likely to be passed. So one of the priorities for lawmakers is to pass the draft law on the promotion of private enterprises. And earlier I talked to Lu Zhongmei. She is the member of the NPC Standing Committee, and she's also the vice chairman of the Commission for Environmental and Ecological Conservation of the NPC. She shared with me another important highlights of the legislation for this year at the drafting of China's very first ecology code. Well, we know legislation on protection of environment and conservation is always be high on the agenda for lawmakers, as currently we have over 30 laws and regulations on environmental and ecological conservation, including the Yangtze River Protection Law, the Yellow River Protection Law, and the Ecology Code will be a combination of all the 30 laws and regulations. And if passed, it will become the second piece of legislation named code, with the first being the Civil Code, 民法典, which is called the Encyclopedia of Social Life, which regulates the civil behavior of all the society. So, of course, legislation on environment and ecological conservation will always be the priorities for lawmakers, and CGTN will follow all the way through. Back to you, Dongning and Pandeng.
All right, thank you very much, Hona. Reporting from the Great Hall of the People, let's continue our discussion with our studio guest, David and Mr. Wang. Well, David, of course, the number that we're going to discuss immediately after the government work report is the GDP growth set for 2025, which is 5%, the same with last year, actually. So we just mentioned the context of global economy, which is sluggish, and the more and more sophisticated and uncertain geopolitical environment as well. How do you think the Chinese government can achieve that number?
Well, 5% growth for a huge economy is a lot.
Right.
I mean, if you're a tiny economy, you remember China in the year 2000 had about the same size economy as Spain did at the time. Now it's a huge economy. Growing 5% is a big challenge. It requires a lot of investment and a lot of creation of new jobs and new industries. I think macroeconomic policy is part of it. You know, they talked about, I think they emphasized the responsibility of a loosening in monetary policy. Loose monetary policy can be very dangerous. It can cause inflation and all sorts of turmoil in an economy. And I was glad to see the emphasis on moderately loose monetary policy. But I also think the microeconomic reforms are especially important. There's a potential throughout China for a lot of growth that I think we'll see. And some of it's in the high-tech sector, but some of it's in very low-tech sectors too. I think I've been studying recently the traditional Chinese agricultural-based industries. And I've seen this in a lot of places where, even going back to the Song Dynasty 1,000 years ago almost, you had Chinese people in the countryside were making money both off their farming, but also almost all of them had small businesses on the side, and that was a large portion of their income. I've seen a lot of dynamism among average people in China, both in the cities and in the countryside, in small cities. And I think the future of growth, one of the futures of growth, is been made possible by the Rural Revitalization Program and the investment in infrastructure throughout the country. I think we're likely to see a rebirth of small-scale enterprise throughout the country, and that's a big source of growth.
Are you seeing complementary or integration between traditional industries and high-tech industries in China?
The high-tech industry facilitates it. People are able to, previously they were cut off from the world 20 to 30 years ago. Now they have good roads, but they also have e-commerce. They can sell their stuff online. They can source materials that they need. They see the technology. They can learn how to implement it. I'm very glad to see DeepSeek, because DeepSeek means AI will not be concentrated in 2 or 3 big companies. I mean, AI has benefits, but it also has problems. And I was very pessimistic to see that it looked like almost all the AI possibilities in the future looked like it was going to Google and Microsoft. That's a very dangerous world. So I think seeing AI competition within the AI industry, and also I think the potential of AI is being sure that in areas like education and in healthcare, you can see the quality in small cities to be the same as in Beijing. You know, you hope that in a school in a small city in Guizhou or somewhere, they can get the same quality education that someone in a school near Tsinghua University could get in Beijing.
That's part of common prosperity as well.
Yeah. And Professor Wang, talking about the government's economic work in the year 2025, boosting domestic consumption is clearly now a priority. Talking about this, I have some figures for you. For example, this year's CPI increase is set at around 2%, 1% actually lower than last year's. And also, this government deficit to GDP ratio is set at 4% this year, 1 percentage point higher than last year. And talking about boosting consumption, 3 billion ultra-long special bonds will be issued. Help us connect these dots.
Right, I think they're reconciling with each other. Obviously, the inflation rate is, it can't be too high, but at the same time, we don't want it to be too low, which signifies a problem of deflation. That's why where the fiscal policy and monetary policies both come in terms of fiscal policy, we have boosted the budget deficit rate to 4%, which is going to release a huge amount of fiscal resources in the market, and I think Premier Li, in his work report, has mentioned that part of the money is going to into boosting the consumption through trade-in programs and through other programs. Part of that is also going to the local governments, which are still going through the clearing of their debts, and we've done a lot over the past 2 years with other special loans and bonds issued by the local governments, and many of the excessive stocking of housing has already been repurchased. So we have accomplished quite something in terms of clearing local debts, but there is still a long way to go. So that means more fiscal policies are still needed, and with I think down the road with the fiscal policy kicking in, and there will be more confidence both by the local governments, the local enterprises, and the general public to be more to feel more comfortable in spending. And note, this is still against a escalating global geopolitical competition, and with the uncertainties coming from all over the world, and at the same time, if you consider last year, a significant portion of our GDP comes from foreign trade, and if the global uncertainties continue to escalate, and that's going to exert more pressure. So all in all, I think the work report strikes a good balance, and 5% makes sense. With the uncertainties coming in, we obviously are under huge pressure, but at the same time, with the fiscal policy and monetary policy kicking in, I think we're confident we're able to accomplish 5%.
Right, gentlemen, we'll be getting back to you on this.
Right, in the government work report, Chinese Premier Li Qiang highlighted efforts for developing new quality productive forces and expanding higher standard opening up in 2025.
Develop new quality productive forces and accelerate the development of a modernized industrial system, expand higher standard opening up, and stabilize foreign trade and investment.
Now, for more on China's high-quality opening up and innovation, let's cross live to our reporters in Shanghai and Guangzhou. Now, let me start with you, Chen Tong. Many international travelers are choosing to visit China as the country continues to optimize its visa policy. Give us a sense of how Shanghai is doing in this particular regard.
Of course, now China travel has become a buzzword, and Shanghai is now the #1 pick for foreign tourists. Let me give you some figures. In 2024, Shanghai welcomed over 6.7 million foreign tourists, a year-on-year increase of 83%. This figure is more than any other cities in China. I had a chance to visit Shanghai's Pudong International Airport last week, and I can tell you I met a lot of foreign tourists from everywhere. The top 5 countries with foreign tourists entering via visa-free policies, including South Korea, Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. Some of them came to Shanghai for the very first time, but I even met Thai tourists who has come to Shanghai for 3 times. since last year. And their enthusiasm stems from, first, visa-free policies. The easier entry policies are attracting more foreign tourists to come, especially those from the nearby countries, including South Korea and Japan, who came here to spend a weekend and then back to China, back to their countries. And the second, with more Chinese contents, especially this Chinese culture, like movies including Ne Jia 2 and the creation of the Gods 2 gone viral overseas, more people are becoming more interested in Chinese culture. And the third, from authorities to small shops, Shanghai is more than ready to welcome these foreign tourists. Last year, the service desks are set at Shanghai's 2 international airports to answer any questions from these foreign tourists. And if you have a chance to come to Shanghai, you will notice that even some small vendors, small shops, staff there, they can speak English. And they are also setting English billboards outside their shops to welcome these foreign tourists. And these foreign tourists continue to come to Shanghai. In the end of February, as of the end of February, Shanghai's 2 international airports have welcomed over 290,000 foreign tourists. This figure is 1.7 times from the same period in 2024. So we're expected to see more of them to come this year. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Our reporter Chen Tong in Shanghai.
And sci-tech innovation is also among the biggest drivers of China's high-quality development. For more on that, our reporter Chen Mengfei is joining us from Guangzhou in southern China, a national hub for scientific and technological innovation. So Mengfei, give us an overview first of the country's push for sci-tech innovation, and second, how southern China is spearheading this drive.
That's right. At the heart of China's push for high-tech development is really this question of where would the country's future growth come from. And here, in Shenzhen and Guangzhou, as we know, in the past 4 decades, China's reform and opening up, we've been benefiting from this human resource dividend and resource development of people moving from their villages to cities, working in factories, and then exporting them to around the world. So that's been China's growth model, but now it's really clear that that's not the future. And in the future, it's really about developing new industries such as EVs and having these technological breakthroughs such as, artificial intelligence and robotics. And we noticed that this year in Premier Li Qiang's work report, he mentioned 2 words that didn't exist. In last year's report, I noticed he mentioned the development of 6G network, which of course will be part of China's push for this global new order of internet connectivity. And right here in Shenzhen, the company Huawei will definitely be part of that. And he also mentioned the development of robotics in particular. And there are so many companies in Shenzhen that are in the robotics industry. And actually, I was talking to one company called UBTech. They've been developing humanoid robots for the past decade. And this year, the very exciting development is that they've been testing these robots in factories such as EV factories and logistics factories to have them perform very simple tasks as lifting boxes in the factory floor. And what's surprising is that, we always hear about how China has a huge labor force, but actually, these very, should we say, boring factory jobs are no longer appealing to the younger generation. So these robotic factory companies are seeing this new market opportunity of putting robotics in factories, and that's what we've been talking about as new productive forces. And just how much China is focusing on science and innovation, we can actually put a number on that, and that is called R&D intensity. It measures the investment on science and technology relative to the overall GDP. So last year in 2024, China spent more than 3.6 trillion yuan on research and development, and that measures to about 2.8% of China's overall GDP. And that is a huge number given China's overall economic size. Just to give you some context, about 25 years ago, China's overall spending in science and development was about 4% of the global share. And now, like a quarter of the global spending on innovation is being spent by China. And here, where I am in Guangzhou, Shenzhen is sort of this greater Bay Area. That R&D intensity last year was 3.6% of the province overall GDP, and that's top of the country.
Thank
you.
So
really, this is the
indeed, a lot to look at. Talking about
the
potential of southern China's growth drive.
Indeed, and it's also vanguard area of China's sci-tech innovation development as well.
Exactly. Now let's go back to Beijing and cross live to our reporter Huang Yue, standing by at Great Hall of the People. Good to see you, Huang Yue. As we understand, a Ministers' Corridor media event is going to happen very soon. Bring us up to date.
Yes, Pandan. So I'm now in the North Hall of the Great Hall of the People, where in just a few moments, the first Ministers' Corridor of this year's 2 sessions will get underway. So this is one of the highly anticipated moments as key government officials will step forward to answer questions from the media, providing insights into major policies and the national priorities. So just now we've got the latest updates from the NPC that a couple of minutes later there will be 4 ministers coming to the corridor interview. They're the Minister of Education, the Minister of Transport, the head of the State Administration for Market Regulation, and the Minister of the National Financial Regulatory Administration. So these 4 ministers will share the important updates on policy implementation and the future plans, especially after they just heard Chinese Premier Li Qiang delivering the government work report. So, the Ministers' Corridor is an important platform for transparency and public communication. During this year's 2 sessions, there will be a total of 3 such kind of a Ministers' Corridor. Although who will come next time still haven't been unveiled, given that this year China's focus on economic stability, technological self-reliance, rural revitalization, tourism development, and green development. So I'm wondering, perhaps we can hear more ministers in sharing the latest policy updates on topics relating to China's economic growth target, the private economy, the county-level economy development, as well as carbon neutrality efforts and tourism boosting policies, etc. As you can see now, the ministers, the officials, the deputies are leaving the hall because the opening session just concluded. And I believe all the journalists behind me are getting ready, looking forward to hearing the 4 ministers trying to find some key signals from their messages. So let's give the floor to the ministers.
Thank you very much, our reporter Huang Yue at Great Hall of the People.
All right, now let's get back to our studio guests for a brief discussion on the issues that we just reported. First of all, about the sci-tech innovation in China. We've seen the very vibrant development in China's vanguard area of sci-tech. It has always been the vanguard area in China for sci-tech innovation. China has indeed been, from the government work report, we've also seen the efforts by the central government to emphasize on strengthening fundamental research and regional innovation to enhance its self-sufficiency, especially in technology. But do you think there still needs to see some more efforts and more room to elevate our fundamental research or investment on that regard to produce more groundbreaking innovations from 0 to 1 we're talking about?
Well, I think there's always room for further development, but I think China's main strength is its combination of manufacturing capability and the sci-tech. If you look at every Apple product, it says designed in California, assembled in China. Right. I think that's a stupid strategy for a business, because if you're not doing the manufacturing, if you don't have people doing the daily learning, you're not going to be able to innovate. So I think we're seeing China in a very strong position to innovate. So a lot of stuff that should be considered to be investment in R&D is not measured, because when a person working in in the factory sees an improvement, that's really R&D, but it can't be measured as R&D. So I think because there's the manufacturing, you've already got a lot of R&D going on, especially in Guangdong, that is not measured. Also, the clusters. China has clusters of manufacturing capability, and that leads to vast innovation. So I think more, of course, more sort of academic research and more direct research that's called R&D is important, but also stimulating this vast network of manufacturing businesses, entrepreneurs, research centers, and the integration of them is really the key to the future. And China is almost unique in the world in having that capability.
Yes, talking about key to the future, Professor Wang, in the government work report, Premier Li Qiang mentioned some industries of the future like biomanufacturing, quantum technology, embodied AI, and 6G. Tell us more about China's potential in these industries of the future.
Right, all of these fields are going to be leading fields that are critical to the world's economy. So China certainly is going to want to make sure that we keep at the leadership role in terms of technological development. And in terms of AI, we have done a great deal in making sure that we have some of the best enterprises producing both large language models and small language models, as well as applications. And speaking of robotics, which appeared on the work report this year, I think David just made a great point in pointing out that one of China's edges is its manufacturing capacity. When it comes to robotics, obviously AI technology is a key part of it. But at the end of the day, you got to be able to have the manufacturing capacity to produce a large number of robotics at a very low cost, so that you can really put them into the homes, into the factories, and into the plants, and so on and so forth.
To the Spring Festival Gala stage as well.
Yeah, Unitree is doing a great job, and UB Tech mentioned in the episode is also very great. And speaking of the greater Bay Area, I think that's also one of the features of China's sci-tech development, which is, like David said, we are developing clusters of cities. Shenzhen obviously now is well known globally for hosting a number of high-tech companies, but people might not know that Shenzhen actually relies very much on the neighboring cities like Huizhou, like Dongguan, which are producing all those products and parts. And at the same time, the logistic arrangement, the infrastructure in China have made it very easy and very cheap that we can source parts and materials from hinterland of China. So overall, an integrated development spearheaded by the sci-tech development is coming into shape, as shown from the Greater Bay Area, as well as the Yangtze River Delta region. We are seeing Hangzhou now spearheading a cluster of cities surrounding it from Zhejiang, from Shanghai, and Jiangsu province as well.
Well, gentlemen, let's get more updates from the government work report. Premier Li Qiang says China remains committed to an independent foreign policy of peace and to the path of peaceful development.
We will stay committed to an independent foreign policy of peace and travel a path of peaceful development. We will remain firm in pursuing a mutually beneficial strategy of opening up. China is ready to work with the international community to promote the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind.
And now let's get back to our studio guest. I'll start with you, David. Again, well, China has strengthened its role in global governance through various initiatives like GDI, Global Development Initiative, and GSI, Global Security Initiative. How do you think China can leverage those initiatives to enhance its role in global governance and its efforts of trying to promote a fairer global order?
What Premier Qiang said is music to my ears. I think I'm hoping that we're moving toward a more peaceful world. My own country in the past 30 years or so has wasted many trillions of dollars going off in worthless adventures around the world, wars, and I'm hoping we're seeing the end of that. So this push toward peaceful development, I think, is critically important to the world. And China's got a big role to play in that, because China's obviously one of the big powers of the world and will be a big decision maker. I'm hoping that the big countries, along with the smaller countries, can find a sort of a new kind of international relations, so we're not constantly in the potential of very dangerous conflict with each other. How can China do that? I think the main way is continue the peaceful path that it's on. You know, China's development since the reform and opening up period has been made possible by the peace that you've had within China and that China has had with the world. And continuing that is not important not only to China, but to the future of the world. I've been very worried over the last few years about small conflicts that, in particular, the conflict in Europe, that could develop into a nuclear exchange which would destroy the world for no reason. And I know it seems stupid to think about it, but that's what we've been facing. So I think what the Premier has just said should be listened to around the world, that we should be moving toward a more and more peaceful development.
And Professor, what are some of the key messages from China's diplomacy in the year 2025 for the global South?
Well, one key word obviously is multilateralism and global governance as well. I think they're intertwined with each other. But what China also emphasizes is true multilateralism. Obviously, we've been having multilateral institutions around the world for over the past 7 decades at least. But increasingly, we've found that either some of the institutions stop functioning, or some institutions are being disrupted by some of the powers in the world. So what we need today is true multilateralism, where you have multilateral platforms through which various countries can collaborate with each other on important global issues, such as climate crisis, such as artificial intelligence, and the risks coming with it. In order to do that, you need stabilizing forces, stabilizing countries. You don't need powers who shift almost on a daily basis now, right? So China is trying to play a key role to be a stabilizing power. So China sticks to some critical principles like non-interference in other countries' internal affairs, like resolving conflicts through dialogues rather than forces. So obviously we're seeing more conflicts in Europe, in the Middle East, and now increasingly in the African continent. So China's principle and initiatives such as the Global Security Initiative is going to be very important to showcase to the world that at the end of the day, we need to sit down, we need to keep calm in order to collaborate with each other, because without collaboration, we're going nowhere and we're going to see more conflicts.
And the Belt Road initiative has been operating for more than a decade already. And as we all know, it boosts infrastructure and cooperation and trade, not only among the participating countries, it actually has benefited a lot of countries other than that as well. But how do you think, or do you think there is still room for BRI to optimize itself to improve their economic viability and sustainability, David?
I'm a big fan of infrastructure in general. I think you've seen the development of China has been made possible by huge infrastructure investments. You would not see the prosperity that you see in Western China if it had not been for those infrastructure investments. In the United States, in the 1950s, there were large investments in infrastructure, and that spread prosperity from, previously it was mostly in the Northeast, and now it's spread around the country. So the BRI, I think, is a very beneficial program, particularly for Africa, I think. because China has been making investments in African countries that nobody else was going to do. I mean, I visited some dams being built by Chinese companies in Uganda, and the villages nearby previously had no electricity. You can't develop if you don't have electricity. You can't do e-commerce if you don't have electricity. Right. So I think this has been very beneficial for the people of those regions. Of course, it's going to be up to those regions to take advantage of that infrastructure. I mean, if there's a war going on in Congo now, and that could be very destructive of their future economic possibilities. And they have to get their microeconomics right too. So I think the BRI has a lot of potential to contribute to the world, but it's up to the sort of the countries where it's being built to take the step to really make it really transformative.
Still to follow up on your true multilateralism notion, Professor, of course China has been advocating true multilateralism, but it cannot be achieved with only China practicing it itself. So tell us more about your thoughts on China and members of the Global South, their role in emerging multilateral platforms, if you will, like the SCO, like BRICS.
Yeah. Over the past few years, we're seeing that multilateral institutions that are comprising mostly of Global South countries are playing a more and more increasing role. And, especially last year, we've seen the APEC meeting, the economic leaders meeting in Peru, and back with the G20 meeting in Brazil. And Global South countries being able to host these multilateral summits and conferences is a very important point, because through hosting those conferences, you're able to make your points heard by the other economic and political leaders across the world. And this year, we're going to have the G20's meeting in Joburg in South Africa. So this is going to be another opportunity for Global South countries to sit together, work together, to have their voices heard by the developed countries, especially on issues that concern the Global South countries, particularly like climate change. Usually people don't think about climate change as having too much a relationship with countries of low economic development because they're not polluting so much. But then when we think about the impacts, these countries actually are most heavily impacted by the climate crisis. At the same time, they do not have the economic resources to tackle those climate crises. So it takes collaboration internationally to work together and put together resources to tackle those issues. I think China is very clear in delivering the message to the rest of the Global South that China, being part of the Global South, is very much willing to work with other countries on that issue.
Right. Thank you very much for your thoughts, gentlemen. Now let's go back to the Great Hall of the People, where a Ministers' Corridor event is about to happen.
The third session of the 14th NPC's first Ministers' Corridor begins. Today, we have invited 4 representatives to take your questions. They are Minister Liu Wei of Transport, Minister Huai Jingpeng of Education, Deputy General Luo Wen of the State Administration of Market Regulation, and also Mr. Li Yunze from the NFRA. Now, let's firstly invite Minister Liu Wei to take your questions. Good morning. Now we open the floor to questions. Thank you. From CMG. In this year's government work report, it mentioned that we must speed up the development of a unified and open transport market to reduce the logistics cost of the whole society. So my question is, the Ministry of Transport has taken some measures in terms of reducing the logistics cost and improve the transport efficiency. So what are the measures taken? Such a unified and open-ended transport market is a nationwide market as a part of it. The CPC Central Committee has paid high attention to this campaign. By the end of last year, the Central Government Office has issued an opinion on building such a unified and open transport network and market. According to the opinion, we will take deepened reform measures to break the cross-regional and cross-sector barriers, so more transport modes could be coordinated and integrated, thus creating a fair and equitable market and improving the overall efficiency of transport, paving the way for high-quality development. To implement that opinion, one of the major methods is to reduce logistics cost of the whole society. As is known to all, the overall cost of logistics is composed of three parts mainly, including transport, warehousing, and management costs. Among the three, transport takes the largest portion, standing at over 50% of the total. To that end, Ministry of Transport works together with relevant government departments and ministries to compile cost reduction and efficiency improvement plan for the transport and logistics, involving railway, highway, road, civil services, and others. After 1 year's efforts, we have made some initial achievements. In 2024, the overall logistics cost has been reduced by 400 billion. 280 billion were reduced from the transport sector. And in our work, we prioritized restructuring, strengthening the hubs, and smoothing the network of transport. First of all, we take restructuring measures, which means we restructured the transport network. As you know, among different modes of transport, waterways, railway have bigger capacity of transport with lower cost and less pollution. Speaking of the price of transport, waterway is the least costly, and then railway and road. So, since 2017, we have taken aggressive steps to encourage the heavy freight and containers transport to turn from roads to railway. By last year, the railway freight turnover increased by over 30%. Waterway freight turnover increased by over 40%. Second, we strengthen the development of transport hubs by enhancing the functionalities of the hubs. According to the national plan of our comprehensive transport network, there are 20 international comprehensive transport hubs and 80 national-level comprehensive transport hubs. In the past 2 years, we have implemented some projects in the freight transport hubs, supporting 37 cities and 500 projects. Together, we aim to create a batch of high-level comprehensive transport hubs. And then, we hope to have some spillover effect to improve the comprehensive efficiency of transport. Third, connected transport across cities. By relying on the transport hubs, we hope to connect railway with waterways, connect roads with railways and also airways with railways. Over the years, especially between the railways and waterways, we have made stark achievements every year. Between waterways and railways, the freight transport volume increased by over 15% annually. Thanks to these measures, we have made some breakthroughs to break such barriers institutionally. We also come up with a series of standards with very good effects. Anyway, we will conform to the requirements of the government work report to further detailize our implementation measures. With joint efforts, while for the deepening reform of the transport market, we will continue to reduce the logistics cost and improve the efficiency and make bigger achievements. Thank you.
Next question, please.
谢谢主持人。河南日报社大河
Thank you.
报
I'm
记者
with
提问。
Henan People's Daily and Dahe News. At present, China is accelerating the construction of a strong transportation power. People are having even greater aspiration for transport and transportation. And can you elaborate on the efforts made from the Ministry of Transport? Thank you for your question. Building a strong transport power is an initiative personally planned and promoted and proposed by General Secretary Xi Jinping. The report he delivered to the 19th National Congress of the CPC first proposed such concept, and the report that the 20th National Congress of the CPC outlined the goal to strengthen the construction of a strong transport power. This pointed the way of our efforts. In October 2019, the State Council and CPC Central Committee circulated the outline of the plan for building a strong nation in transport, involving building the first-class infrastructure, technology, management, and services, so as to deliver a transport system that is satisfied by the people with strong guarantees and with world-class standard. And let me briefly elaborate on these four requirements. In terms of first-class infrastructure, China has already built the world's largest high-speed railway network, highway network, the post network, and a world-class cluster of ports, among which the high-speed railway millage reached 4.8 trillion kilometers. The highway millage in China reached a total of 19 trillion kilometers, both ranking first globally. At present, the comprehensive transport network in China has exceeded 6 million kilometers. And we have a network featuring 6 horizontal lines and 7 vertical lines. And this major transport infrastructure laid a solid foundation for Chinese modernization. In terms of first-class technology, everybody is aware that the Chinese high-speed railway, Chinese highway and Chinese bridges, and Chinese ports, and Chinese express and postal network have become shining business cards of China. And let me share with you some examples. In terms of the technology of high-speed railway in China. The Beijing to Zhangjiakou high-speed railway is the world's first high-speed railway with a speed of 350 kilometers per hour. It's also the world's first smart high-speed railway line. In terms of China's bridge, the Hong Kong-Macau-Zhuhai Bridge is the world's longest sea bridge. The Shenrong Express line, which was put operational last year, is the largest and most sophisticated sea bridge in the world. Its completion has fundamentally shifted the transportation network in the Pearl River Delta. In terms of Chinese ports, in building smart ports, the autonomous ports now feature independent technologies. Both in terms of quantity and scale, we are ranking on top of the world. And regarding top-notch management, we have laws and regulations and standard system that are very complete. Transport and transportation now have a modernized management system. And right now, we are carefully following through the plans made at the third plenary session of the Chinese National Congress of the CPC. We are deepening reform of China's transport system, which involves railway, highway, waterway, civil aviation, and postal network. We are accelerating the construction of first-class highways and roads in the countryside, and the total millage has exceeded 4.6 million kilometers. And this has provided strong foundation for the rural revitalization project. In terms of delivering first-class services, China has already become the busiest country in terms of flow of passengers and logistics. Let me share with you a set of data. In terms of marine transportation, the total fleet scale of Chinese vessels and ships and the total throughput of Chinese sea transportation are both ranking on top of the world, and we are beyond any doubt the top marine power. And you have heard that on the sixth day of the first lunar month during the Spring Festival, total passenger flow exceeded 339 million passenger times, which is a record high. Last year, at the busiest day, the total there were 70 million vehicles running on Chinese highways. And in terms of delivery services, on October 22nd last year, the daily handling of packages reached 729 million packages. And that is to say, out of every 2 Chinese, there is 1 package delivered. Over the past few years, we have been laser focused on building this for world-class transports, and we have delivered more satisfaction to the general public. The 40-day Spring Festival travel spree, which was just concluded, saw a total of 9.2 billion passenger times, which is a record high in our history. Meanwhile, the number of congested highway sections has dropped significantly. There were not any large-scale and long-term transportation congestion on the highway. And this is showing the great vitality of a China that is smooth.
Now let's give the floor to Minister Huai Jingpeng of Education. Now we open the floor to questions. Thank you. Good morning, Minister Huai from Xinhua News Agency. My question is about talent cultivation. Recently, DeepSeek and other robotics have caught wide attention. New technologies, industries, and modes of businesses are emerging, calling for higher number of talents. So what will be the measures taken by Ministry of Education to provide more talents to serve the technological advancement and national strategies? Thank you for the question. DeepSeek and robots recently have drawn wide attention from China and abroad. One way or another, this case shows that talent cultivation and technological innovation have gone somewhere. Meanwhile, it also raised the question of responding to major industrial restructuring and technological revolution. In history, every industrial revolution will have higher demand from the society, especially education. So it will be a good opportunity for the reform of education. Last year, on the National Education Conference, President Xi stressed that in response to technological development of national strategic demand, we must improve our innovative capacity and restructure our educational landscape to optimize the educational resource allocation and mode of cultivation, as has been mentioned again by the government work report. Ministry of Education will implement the outline of the plan for building a strong nation in education. We will reform the higher learning education with three considerations. First, in terms of institutional design, we will pursue innovation. Right now, with industrial transformation and technological advancement, we will step up the integration of industry with education and technology development. Together with other ministries and sectors, we will jointly build a favorable environment for industrial development and technological advancement. Also, in terms of that ecosystem building, we will also align ourselves with the technological revolution when we design our curriculums. On the basis of industrial and educational integration, we will build more excellent engineering institutions. There are 40 newly added ones right now, and we will step up our cooperation with industries. We have invited 2,000 corporate engineers to work together with the educational circle to cultivate talents together, to practice on over 5,000 topics of research. So those measures will help us to cultivate more talents, and especially the talents who can contribute to the integration of industrial innovation and educational innovation. Meanwhile, in terms of institutional design, we will also have more integrated measures. Especially, we will deepen reform of categorization of universities by considering the special features of the universities and the regional economic and social development and national needs. With that, we will effectively optimize the landscape of educational institutions. We will aggressively improve the evaluation system to better guide the talent's direction to echo the call of the national needs. Secondly, this year, we will come up with national strategies and campaigns to better serve national strategies and industrial development. First of all, for the basic disciplines, scientific technologies have their own formula and rules. We should cultivate the talents based on the formulas and rules. So we will strengthen the basics and continue to cultivate more talents of basic disciplines. For example, math and computer science, which are urgently needed by national strategies. We will certainly come up with some core curriculums and textbooks on top of that. The second campaign is to come up with some new key curriculums to echo the call of national strategies, especially those cross-disciplinary curriculums, in order to conform to the rules of the Industrial Revolution. For example, new energy, new materials, and AI. We will speed up the pace of our layout. Third, we will optimize the available curriculums and properly add more new curriculums. This will help to better optimize the talents provision every year. We will take steady measures to expand the bachelor degree supply in the double first-class universities. As you know, the occupational education has made huge contribution to manufacturing industry in China. 70% of the talents in that area comes from the occupational education sector. So it did make huge contributions to talent provision and national development. So that's another campaign. Third, we will have some pilot projects to have some demonstration effect, to give play to the localities and universities with a better innovative drive. And also, we will also fill in the loophole. We will set up more of such pilots. Second, to serve the national strategies and regional development, regional innovation and national economic and social development will be combined. For any country, higher learning institutions are treasurable resources. So in the universities, the knowledge-intensive innovation and the technology capacity should be better pooled to serve national strategies. In the building of regional computing center and the first-class discipline development will be taken into consideration. In the meantime, AI, biotechnology will be integrated to adapt to national strategies and technological development. With the institutional innovation and disciplinary development across different stages of education, like bachelor and master degrees, we will stay tuned to the supply and demand situation to better adapt to national needs. And we will also keep pace with industrial development. As you know, technological development has been deepened, triggering some new issues. So we must keep pace with the times to serve the national strategy of building China into a strong powerhouse of education. And also, we must open up to the international educational sector. So the technological innovation and the talent cultivation contributions could better serve the national call of building China into a powerhouse of education. Thank you.
Next question, please.
谢谢主持人，我是中国
Thank
教
you.
育电
I'm
视台的
with
记者。
China
部长您
Education
好，我们都知
TV.
道，基础教育关系着千
We
家
know
万
that
户，
basic
老百姓
education
都非常的关
concerns
心。
the
所以
interests
想
of
请问您
millions
教
of
育部今
residents
年
and
在这
households.
方面
So my
有没
question
有什
is,
么重要
what
的
are
举
the
措？另外
specific
呢，对于
measures
落实
planned
政
for
府工
this
作
year
报告当中
from
的
the
相
Ministry
关
of
要求，又
Education?
有着怎样的考
And what are
虑？
your
谢谢。
plans regarding implementing the requirement of the government work report? Thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, basic education concerns millions of households in China, and let me give you a set of data. In China, we have 500,000 schools, and which involves 230 million students. So how do we succeed with basic education? We need to understand where we are right now. For preschool education, now we have a recruitment rate of 95%, and for compulsory education, the acceptance rate is 97%, and this is comparable even at a global scale. And we are a large developing country, and we are a major power in education. And then for high school education, we have reached the level of medium and high-income countries in the world. According to the data in 2021, and we have over 2,800 counties, and compulsory education is made equally available in all those counties. 85% of the children of migrant workers in cities, they can attend a public school with quality compulsory education. So this is the basic situation we have in basic education. General Secretary Xi attaches great importance to basic education, and that is why in the government work report, Premier Li Qiang outlined the plan of this State Council in education. We need to step up resources for education. With demographic changes and the evolution of urbanization, we will integrate counties and cities in terms of popularizing education. And we will also put in place a dynamic adjustment system so as to keep pace with the demographic changes. And high school at the county is a hot topic. 60% of the high school students, they are attending a high school at their county. So how do we succeed with high school at the county level? So we have a rejuvenation plan for the high schools at education, which involves optimizing the teams of teachers and improving teaching resources so that high schools at the county level can better serve the students at the township and county level. This will constitute as part of the basic education network. Meanwhile, we're going to step up our efforts in delivering high quality and equal services in education. We need to build a standard and also make the best use of our resources so as to deliver more boarding schools and improve the boarding environment and the teaching quality of boarding schools. This will involve capacity building and middle schools bordering in between counties and cities. They will play a crucial role in comprehensively improving the quality of education. So changes of technology and social structure will have some implications over education. For education to flourish in the future, we have to grasp this opportunity. On the other hand, we will strengthen our efforts in distributing high-quality education. The education of quality, the quality of education that we provide to the children of migrant workers will be further strengthened. This involves reinforcing the teachers' team and enhancing exchanges of headmasters between different regions, involving both headmasters of primary schools and middle schools, and this will be a key part of our initiative in this year. Thirdly, we plan to intensify our efforts against some key issues. For example, in digital education, and we will roll out a national platform. AI will be integrated with education. This year, we are going to publish a AI-powered education white paper, and this will facilitate the training of AI and digital qualifications of our children and students. In the meantime, we are going to improve the qualification of teachers. All this will lay the groundwork for equal distribution of high quality educations. And the new semester has just begun, and you have noticed that right now they have 15 minutes of class intervals in Beijing and in Anhui and in other 20 provinces and cities. And now the 15 minutes class interval is a practice that we have popularized across the nation. This will, I believe, lay a solid foundation for the healthy growth of our kids. Also, in the government work report this morning, Premier Li Qiang said that we are going to explore a free preschool education and compulsory education. And to this end, important policies will be introduced to strengthen free-of-charge compulsory education and expand free-of-charge preschool education, so that education will be made easily accessible and available. And this will require greater efforts in boosting the teachers' qualifications for the preschool period. You should also know that on June the 1st, the law of the People's Republic of China on preschool education will be enacted, and this will further empower our efforts for children aged between 2 and 3. There will be a focus of our efforts. Child raising and education will be coordinated and integrated so as to provide more tangible benefits to the public. And this will prepare the Chinese population for the future. In the government work report, it was mentioned that we have an advantage in terms of systems, and we have an enormous market scale and a complete industrial system. We also have a huge pool of resources for talents. This is the most important asset of the country. So as the Ministry of Education, we will grasp the opportunity of educational reforms and do a great job in basic education, as this is a job concerning the interest of millions of households across China, and this is also an important mandate entrusted upon us by the General Secretary of the CPC Central Committee, and I believe we will make even greater contribution to basic education.
Thank you, Minister Huai. Now let's invite the third representative, Director General Luo Wen from State Administration of Market Regulation. Now we open the floor to questions. Thank you from People's Daily. Good morning, Mr. Luo. Recently, platform economy has been developing fast with some emerging problems. For example, unfairness, lack of transparency of algorithms, and some disorderly phenomenon in the live streaming. So what will be the measures taken by the SAMR to tackle the problems? The problems you just raised are the common concerns. For long, the CPC Central Committee and the State Council put high premium on the development of platform economy. SAMR decisively implement the decisions and plans of the CPC Central Committee and the State Council. So regulation and development promotion are equally important. We will aggressively support the platform enterprises to play their role in leading the development, creating job opportunities, and competing in the international arena. Last year, together with other departments, we introduced dedicated campaigns to promote development. We keep optimizing the ecosystem of competition on the platforms. At the same time, we support the enterprises on the platform to play their role in the international arena. This year, we will take efforts to optimize the measures of regulation so that the platform economy could have sound development. There will be the following measures to be taken. They are four-pronged. First, in terms of rules and regulations, we will commit ourselves to the principle of fairness and openness, facilitating different players on the platform to have mutual benefits and win-win results. We will avoid any abuse of the rules of the platform economy. We will urge the platforms to clarify the scope of application of the rules and regulations to protect the legitimate rights and interests of the businesses on the platforms. And the platforms will be urged to follow the minimum price in the platform to avoid the rat race on the platform. We will also urge them to regulate their promotion behaviors and protect the businesses' independent operational rights. And we will also compile certain rules and measures to regulate the internet transactions to ensure that the legitimate rights and interests of all players on the platform will be protected. As to pricing and the charges, we will adhere to the principles of transparency and proper charge to reduce the burden on the medium and small-sized businesses on the platform. According to the businesses, due to the large number of charges, categories, and complicated algorithms, as well as the rapid increase of the fees charged on the platform, they are under huge pressure. Targeting at those issues, we will urge the platforms to simplify and to publicize the items of charges and optimize the pricing mechanism to ensure the rights of knowledge by the businesses. Meanwhile, we will introduce an internet transaction platform charging standardization guideline to offer some guidance for the charges on the platform. As to live streaming e-commerce platform, we will prioritize regulating the market rules in order to protect the consumers' rights and interests. Over the years, the live shows are developing very fast in China. While providing convenience for the consumers to buy products, we also have a mixture of quality levels. For example, there may be some hype from the anchors of the broadcast, and there are also some counterfeit products. The consumers complained heavily about these problems. Targeting at those problems, we will hold the platforms accountable for review and supervision. We will have some spot checks of the products and a crackdown upon the advertisements of hyping to safeguard the fair competition environment and improve the quality of the products sold in the live shows. Also, we have introduced a supervision method for the live shows and effectively regulate and standardize the behaviors and conduct of live streaming. We will also make sure that our algorithms are working for the good, and we will protect the new job opportunities and the legitimate rights of the laborers. According to the feedback from the consumers, there are usually three major problems of the platform enterprises. The first one is the lack of transparency of algorithms, and second, the big data killers, and third, the lack of credibility. The consumers believe that their rights have been infringed by the problems. And we will work together with relevant departments to have comprehensive governance of the platforms, urging the corporates to improve transparency of their algorithms, optimizing the rules and formula of their algorithms to ensure that the laborers' legitimate rights could be protected. Thank you.
请那个北区靠挨着那个外国记者的那个穿黑色上衣的男记者提问。
Next question,
谢
please.
谢主持人，罗局长您好。中国市场监管
Thank you
报记者
very
提
much.
问。
I'm with
此问对于
China
规范
Market
涉及执法，其
Regulation
中整治
newspaper.
乱收费、
My
乱罚款、
question
乱检
is,
查、
what are
乱
the
查封等
plans that
级，
you
市场
have
监管总局计划采
in
取哪
fighting
些具体的
against
措施？
random
谢谢。
and repeated inspections and checks? Thank you for your question. And this is a very targeted question. As is known that the State Council and CPC Central Committee attach great importance to grassroots level law enforcement. Not long ago, the General Office of the State Council introduced a policy document fighting against illegal inspections. Last year, the State Administration for Market Regulation launched a special campaign which identified a total of 3,042 cases of illegal charging. A total of 134 million yuan were refunded to those merchants, and in this year we're going to redouble our efforts in this regard. For illegal charging and fining, we will solve the issue at the bottom. We will focus on scrutinizing the behavior of government organs and online platforms. On the other hand, we will set up the inspection sites against illegal fining, so that those behaviors are checked at the early stage. On the other hand, we will set up compliance checks so that the management can be ensured from the source level. Additionally, management methods will be rolled out against illegal fining. Specifically, we are going to improve the algorithms and put in place systems to check against unjustified fines. And for small violations with big fines, we will be laser focused against such behavior so that our law enforcement behaviors and activities can bring warmth to the general public. And for behaviors from the government that undermines the interest of the society and hurts the interest of the general public, we will crack down on these behaviors. Our efforts must also focus on delivering warmth in our law enforcement behaviors. And for the first violation, there will be no fines, and for minor violations, there will be only an insignificant amount of fines. And we have identified 4 groups of cases that are subject to this system. This year, we're going to further expand the list so as to fight against the cases of small violation with significant fines. Additionally, we will carry out some online inspections to rectify some wrongdoings, and for violations that have no relation with that have nothing to do with safety or security. In principle, there will be no physical inspections. For merchants with a good credit record, there will be less and weaker inspections. At the same time, we are going to share data, put in place early warning and other smart regulatory methods so as to minimize the amount of physical checks and inspections. For wrongdoings in law enforcement, we are going to strengthen we are going to rectify our behaviors and enforce the law in accordance with the law. we are going to specify the time duration and frame for law enforcement. From the source, we are going to avoid unjustified fines and wrongdoings in law enforcement behaviors. In terms of procedures, we will carefully follow through the auditing procedures and mandates. Unless otherwise approved by law enforcement authorities, we will not close any merchants or shops. Meanwhile, we are going to put in place an accountability system against unjustified fines, and for merchants that are wrongly closed, there will be accountability rest upon those who made this executive order. Thank you for your question.
下面有请第4位部长，金融监管总局李云泽局长。
Let's invite Director General Li Yunze from NFRA.
好，请大家提问。
Now we open the floor to questions.
请南区这位穿米色上衣的女记者提问。
谢谢主持人。羊城晚报记者提问：李局长您好。 2024年，我国经济社会运行稳的态势巩固延续，进的步伐坚实有力。这些在金融领域有哪些具体的体现？另外，去年金融监管总局牵头建立了房地产和小微企业两项融资协调机制，取得了明显成效。请问今年将如何推进？
SMEs and real estate markets. So, how will them be implemented this year? Thank you for the questions. First of all, I would love to take this opportunity to thank our media friends for their long-term support of financial regulation. Just now, Premier Li Qiang delivered the government work report showcasing our confidence to rise up to the challenges and to forge ahead with firm decision in order to pursue high-quality development. We were invigorated by his words, and last year, it was the first complete year for NFRA to perform our duties. We dissolve risks, strengthen regulation, and facilitate development. Steady progress has been made. In terms of steadiness, there are three phenomenon. The first one is about the steady operation of the financial sector. The main indexes are within healthy scope. The capital adequacy ratio of the banks increased to 16%. The insurance repayment ratio increased by 200%, and non-performing loans was lowered to 1.5%. Second, financial risks have been lowered. The SMEs among the banks have been dealing with their available risks, and the additional risks have been curbed effectively. Especially last year, for the non-performing assets, we have taken aggressive efforts. In the whole year, we tackled 3.8 trillion non-performing assets, breaking the historical record, safeguarding our financial sector with no major financial risks occurring. Third, steady progress in terms of systemic reform. Under the leadership of the CPC Central Committee, the central and local sectors have been working together. And as to the progress that we made, there are three proofs. The first one is the capital supply has increased in volume. Last year, the banks and insurance has another 30 trillion RMB yuan of allocation. The newly added loans interest rate has been lowered by 0.6 percentage points year on year. So we have a smooth financial market. Second, financial services have higher efficiency. and quality. Technologies, industry, and advanced manufacturing industries, loans increase is above the average level. For green finance and inclusive finance, we are also leading the way in the world. As to repayment of the insurance, it increased by almost 20% year-on-year. Third, industrial governance has been improved with a well-developed capital addition mechanism. The new 10 articles for the insurance sector has been published and implemented, and the asset management entities' capacity of management has been improved. Financial openness has come up to a higher level. The two financing mechanisms our reporter has mentioned was the result of our cooperation with the MOHARD and the NDRC. We work on both the supply and demand ends to solve the problems of difficult financing for enterprises, to encourage the steady development of the real estate market, and to solve the financing problem of SMEs. Those two mechanisms will offer some support. In the future, according to the requirements of the government work report, we will work on the following. As to real estate market, we will center on the cities and projects, because in practices, the well-performing enterprises may have some poor projects. And by centering on the projects, we will prepare a wide list to have targeted and efficient financing arrangement, thus truly protecting the rights of the buyers in the real estate market. The financing mechanism has approved 6 trillion RMB of loans, and the already accepted houses exceeded 15 million sets. This year, we will work on the following two measures. First, stabilize the real estate market. The financing mechanism will be scaled up with a longer wide list so that more eligible projects could apply for a loan, in order to ensure the final acceptance and delivery of the houses. Second, encourage transformation. We will come up with the supplementary financing mechanisms to facilitate the real estate market to have long-term healthy development. As to the support of SMEs, last year we guided the counties to set up their panels to have wide-range investigation in order to solve the pain points of financing. Since October last year, such dedicated panels have visited over 50 million households with a credit of over 10 trillion RMB, reaching out to the grassroots with convenient channels and a proper interest rate. Now, private enterprises account for over 92% of the total, and their proportion among SMEs is only higher. So it is fair to say that to support SMEs is actually supporting the private sector. In the future, we will stringently execute on President Xi Jinping's remarks on the occasion of private sector seminar. We will take aggressive efforts to solve the financing problems of the private sector and SMEs. We will take two measures to encourage the coordination mechanism to play its role. First, we will increase the credit so the mechanism could benefit more private enterprises. All those in need of a credit could be extended the credit. And also, we will reduce the bureaucracies and the intermediaries to reduce the overall financing cost, so the private enterprises could enjoy more benefits. Thank you.
Next question, please. Thank you. I'm with Hong Kong Da Gong newspaper and Wenhui newspaper. We have noted that in the government work report, it was mentioned to boost domestic demand and Sci-Tech innovation. There is a special campaign aimed at boosting domestic consumption and enhancing Sci-Tech innovation. What are the measures planned at the National Financial Regulation Administration in this regard? Thank you for your question. As China's economy steps on a new track and phase, boosting domestic demand has become a key task, and scientific innovation is a driving force of high-quality development. We will follow through the requirement of the government work report and enhance our efforts in these two regards. First, in terms of domestic demand, in the government work report, Premier Li Qiang reiterated that we need to channel more funding support to domestic demand, and we will optimize the distribution of financial resources, taking into consideration not just physical-related matters, but also human-related factors. We will comprehensively boost domestic demand so as to deliver more satisfaction to the general public. And we have three main plans. The first is to provide even richer financial products. For example, in the fields of green and digital and smart consumption scenarios, we encourage financial institutions to customize their products to better meet the customized and diversified financial needs of the market. For long-term and large-term consumption needs, we will enhance the credit loans and quota and extend the duration of credit. Second, provide more convenient financial services and constantly enhance and empower the financial consumption through digital means so as to constantly bring more innovations. In the meantime, we are going to make it easier for the elderly, for foreign visitors to solve their financial needs. For insurance-related efforts, at the beginning of this year, we have rolled out new auto insurance products. So for those who are willing to purchase an insurance, then they will get one. And three, build a more relaxed consumption environment, and we will encourage financial services to be better aligned to the needs of consumption so as to unleash more consumption potential. We have recently launched a financial consumer products inquiry platform, and you're more than welcome to check out online. Additionally, we will crack down on illegal financial behaviors so as to safeguard the interest of the general public. And then with regards to new quality productive forces, we have to be mindful that China's financing regime is dependent upon financial institutions. So we encourage those institutions to make small but long-term stable investments. We need to focus on 4 pilot programs, steadily scale up those pilot programs. The first pilot program is equity investment of financial institutions. Last year, we expanded the pilots to 18 cities, which has been very fruitful. A total of 350 billion yuan RMB was signed, and we are going to further expand the pilot zone so as to allow the participation of more financial institutions. Number 2, regarding the long-term reform of insurance institutions, we already have a pilot reform program involving 100 billion RMB. Yesterday, we have approved to add an additional 60 billion RMB worth of insurance support, and this will bring more liquidity to the markets and further empower institutional investors. Number 3, the merger and acquisition financing pilots for Scientech enterprises, and we made it possible for investors to acquire for as much as 80% of the equities of Scientech enterprises, and we support Scientech enterprises and enterprises on the industrial chain to deepen industrial integration and to smooth the industrial and production chain. Last but not least, we are going to deepen financial reforms. Working together with the State Intellectual Property Office, we are going to introduce more pilot programs and evaluate handle a number of key issues so that intellectual property can be guaranteed with even greater support to industrial commercialization. Going forward, the NFRA will follow through the requirement of the 2 sessions, and we will be working towards the goal of accomplishing the socioeconomic targets for the year. Thank you very much to Minister Li. Dear friends from the media, this is the end of this morning's corridor. On March the 8th, we will host another Minister's Corridor. Thank you very much.
All right, that was the Minister's Corridor, and 4 ministers briefed the media on transport, China's transport, education, market, and financial regulations and regulatories. And if you want to understand or even read between the lines of China's government policies or action plans, you need to listen very carefully of every word coming out of those ministers' mouths, because they could mean a lot. For instance, the Minister of Education, Mr. Huai, said the big progress in talent cultivation and technology innovations has been made after mentioning a lot of multiple times of DeepSeek, AI products, etc. But he still mentioned that reform of a higher learning field still need to happen. So, Mr. Wang, you are still on campus, right? So, tell us your observation on higher education system. Do you think they are ready for the arrival of the interference of AI products such as DeepSeek? Or do you think it's ready or even ready to create more or much smarter AI products?
Well, I think the answer is mixed. And on the one hand, we are ready in the sense that we have developed a very solid educational foundation when it comes to educating college talents. We're churning out the largest number of engineers, computer scientists every year compared to the rest of the world. And if you look at the top AI scientists in the U.S. right now, 37% of the top AI scientists in the U.S. today got their first degree in China, in Chinese universities. So that tells you something about the capacity of Chinese higher education system in churning out top talents in the AI field as well as other high-tech fields. But the other half of the answer is that there's a lot more we can do. For example, how we can cultivate a more efficient and capable ecosystem in terms of innovation. Something like Silicon Valley, where Stanford computer scientist students can start their startups in the middle of their education, higher education, and started to put what they've learned, what they would have thought into reality, into action. So that kind of ecosystem takes time and takes government efforts and also the collaboration of various stakeholders to really form into shape. And we're getting there. I mean, if you look at DeepSeek and its success, all of the scientists behind the DeepSeek model got their higher education in Chinese universities. They're homegrown, top talents. So this is not to say we're not able to have the top-notch ecosystem being built, but we need to do more to get there. I think one thing we can do is that in the higher education system, we need to think more to put our resources at their best use in terms of cultivating collaboration between the education system and the industry. And if you look at the highly innovative ecosystems in Boston, in Silicon Valley, in Europe, it's all the same. Higher education system very much organically integrated with the industry, because that's how you get hands-on experience, that's how you get the top talents to be able to put their knowledge into into use.
And Mr. Blair, now let's turn to remarks made by China's transport minister. I know you have some experience working in this sector as an advisor. We know China is now building this comprehensive national transport network, very much well interconnected, and being a main driver to the building of a national unified market. The minister actually mentioned a specific figure, lowering logistical costs all around China, and the whole country has lowered this particular cost by 400 billion yuan last year. What do you make of efforts like this?
Well, that's a huge achievement, of course. I think integrating transport systems is crucially important, not only for efficiency and money, but also for environmental reasons. Railways and especially waterborne traffic is much more efficient than moving things by trucks. But in the past, the difficulty has been coordinating railways. I've had some experience in railways, and it's very difficult to plan shipments in railways and then to integrate it to get it to the customer on time if it's an end product, or to get it to the factory on time if it's an industrial product. And so, but I think the new technologies that are coming online now are likely to make it easier to integrate rail and road and waterborne traffic. And so I'm hopeful that you can see further changes like this. It's more challenging than you would think. I mean, you wouldn't think it would be hard to coordinate shipments by rail with road, but it is very challenging. In the past, it was very difficult even to know where a train was in the system within a certain number of kilometers. But now that's starting to change, although it's not as simple to integrate the GPS and other technology as you would think. So I think this is a very good move to integrate the transport system. But on the other hand, China's got a very efficient logistics system now. I mean, if you order a product online in China, it gets to you within a few days. It can be, and cheaply, and it can be much more difficult to do the same kind of thing in the United States. So I think it's building on the strength. And as I said before, creating this national logistics system is crucial for the further development of inland China, especially the formerly less developed areas.
And what is more challenging is the regulation on financial and market areas in China. So, Mr. Wang, when we talk about market and financial regulation, we have to mention SMEs because although smaller in size, they are actually a very important part of China's growth engine. But do you think the current regulation system on both market and finance is leaning toward them or making them, creating challenges for them?
Well, overall, I think the financial system is trying really hard to make credits and loans available to SMEs and to the private sector in general. I think the upcoming legislation on promoting the development of private sector and private economy is going to even add more benefits to the advantage of SMEs. But of course, there is room for improvement, and I think the platform economy is doing a great job in offering SMEs more opportunities. But we can certainly do more in the future.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much,
Professor
gentlemen.
Wang Jinsong and Mr. David. All right, we're coming to the end of our special coverage of the opening of this third session of the 14th National People's Congress. And Premier Li Qiang made the government work report.
And of course, we extend our gratitude to our guests, Professor Wang Jinsong and Mr. David Blair. And of course, throughout China's annual political season, CGTN will keep you updated all the way. Stay tuned.